We're all ready? Can you see the screen okay, Kara?
I ended up calling in because the virtual part didn't work, but that's fine. I have the copy of the agenda. Thank you.
Alrighty. Okay, I'll call the meeting together again. Any additions to the agenda?
Good morning, Reeve and Council. No additions to the agenda this morning.
This conference will now be recorded.
Any councillor additions? Online? Kara, any additions?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, so a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Glenn?
I move to approve the Brazeau County Regular Council meeting for December 2nd, 2025, as presented.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay. You got the minutes of the council meeting, November 3rd and 4th, first and number 3rd. Is there any errors or omissions? Any comments? Seeing none? Go ahead.
I move to adopt the November 3rd, 2025 organizational meeting, pages 11 to 19.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, carried unanimous. November 4th, regular council meeting. Okay, go ahead, Dallas.
I'll move to adopt the November 4th, 2025 regular council meeting.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, carried unanimous. Rudy, follow-up action list, any things you want to headlight?
One item, Reeve, thank you. Motion 612 regarding council appointment policy. That's moved forward and is in your agenda today under general matters.
Okay, thank you. Motion to receive the follow-up action list as presented. Okay, go ahead, Dallas. Go ahead, Dallas.
Okay, so just a question, Reeve. On a follow-up action list, 713 of 24, administration to draft a clear step-by-step procedure for how to conduct an investigation within the Code of Conduct bylaw. So my question is, after hearing the Minister of Municipal Affairs at the RMA, he said Code of Conduct is coming back, and I was just going to ask administration if there is any update on that.
Rudy?
Thank you, Reeve. Through you to Councillor Ekstrom, we don't have an update at all yet. I actually spoke with the Deputy Minister yesterday, and there's no updates with respect to Code of Conduct.
So why are we even doing this? There was a few people that were concerned about it, but we fought like hell to get rid of the Code of Conduct. And so I think we should be putting submissions saying, we don't need a Code of Conduct. We'll self-police ourselves. You know, because it just came out of the blue, and all of a sudden some people, whatever reason, the Code of Conduct isn't working for them, but it was working for the majority because we pushed administration or municipal affairs to get rid of it. And so then they agreed with us, and now we're flopping around, you know, like a cow's tail on a windy day. So.
Yeah, I understand Council's frustration with this, and the major push from municipalities back to municipal affairs at the time was we were having incredible difficulty policing what they had put into place, and it was costing us a lot of money. So they took it out of place, and now they're working to see if they could set it up as some sort of a provincial oversight. But it's going slow at best.
Glenn?
I agree with you 100% that we wanted to get rid of it. We did, however, ask at the Pembina Regional meeting what all of our neighbors thought, right? And they were very much for having a code of conduct, and RMA is very much the same. I think the majority of the members want it. So it's baffling to me, but I agree with you. I'd rather just police it ourselves, but the province is going to be basically handling it. So they'll be the ones that will actually, and this is what they should have done to begin with, was was create a code of conduct and then enforce it themselves on us, right? Rather than having us just make up the rules as we go, sort of a thing, but.
Well, but that's the point, Glenn. You hit it on the head right there, is that we have to give input to municipal affairs. And there's other people thinking the same way. A number of people I talked to when that was raised again, was they thought, why are we doing this again? We worked like hell to get rid of the code of conduct, and then, and now they want to put it back in. But don't you think they should have some input from the membership on what needs to be done, or, you know? So, you know, I would like us to spend a little time thinking about it, maybe not today, but to put it down as an agenda item for input to the municipal affairs, and maybe we voice that at the spring convention on what we think
May I?
needs to be in. Kara, go ahead.
Thank you. From an RMA perspective, and a bit of an update there, the minister has indicated there is legislation coming. It will be introduced in the spring session. I don't know what the details are yet, but it will be introduced.
At the spring convention?
And changes are, no, spring session. Something will be in place. I don't know what it's going to look like, but there will be something, and it'll happen in the spring.
But are we just going to leave it to their avail, or should we provide input to them, is what I'm thinking. That's what we do as a council. We have our own thoughts and ideas on what we think, so we should be letting the minister know what we think should be in the code of conduct. Does that make any sense to anybody else? Because we can just lay down and let them decide our fate, or we can help control our fate. Any thoughts, anybody?
I would suggest if you were going to do anything, you write a letter and you have suggestions in there. I believe that there would have been submissions open for something like this prior. Probably, I would say about 3 to 6 months ago, they would have had a time frame to put a submission in. But at this point, I would suggest if you want to do anything, you send a letter and you make sure you include solutions in that letter.
Great. Okay, sounds good, Kara. So once again, I don't want to leave it just sit there idly, wondering what we're going to do. But maybe first meeting in January, we talk about it to discuss our opinions on what should be in the code of conduct. So somebody make that in the form of a motion, and that way it doesn't get lost. Motion, something along the lines that we have a discussion in regards to the code of conduct, because it created a lot of expenses for the county, the one they had, and it was ineffective at the end of the day. Anybody want to make a motion? A motion to have a discussion in January in regards to the code of conduct? Are you thinking, Dallas? It's somewhere around the 20th, I think.
It's on January 20th, but it's in your agenda, potentially move it to the 19th. Would you say the first meeting in January?
I just wanted to know enough.
Yeah, but the update is supposed to come from us. We're the drivers behind the RMA, right? All the membership is.
First day, like $1 short. Just kick this around for a whole year, right?
Glenn?
I agree with Councillor Ekstrom. It's too far too gone. Like I said, the province has they've already got something written up, obviously, and they're going to introduce it. So we'll just see what it looks like when they present it, and we could take issue with it afterwards. But maybe it's something we like. We don't know what it's going to be yet.
Okay. I give up. Nobody wants to do anything. That's fine. Defeatist attitude. Okay, appointment of bylaw officer. And that's how you do it at council. You see that, guys? This is how you guys have have your meetings the same way. Anyway, welcome. Come on up.
Good morning, Reeve and Council.
Morning.
I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our newest member of our Brazeau County team, Luke Cummings. His legal name is Wesley Lucas Cummings, but prefers Luke so that there's no confusion between himself and his father, Wesley Senior.
Lucas Cummings?
Yes, like the diesel engine.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good.
Luke joins us with previous experience as a peace officer and investigator with the Alberta SPCA prior to joining our community peace officer department. Luke has frequently assisted our team in partnering with law enforcement agencies in his former role. He's already made a positive impact in Brazeau County over the past 2.5 years, where he's provided invaluable support during animal neglect investigations, welfare checks, and has also assisted us in conducting follow-up patrols. And we're excited to officially welcome him to our department. Luke brings a diverse and accomplished background. He grew up on a farm outside of Calgary in Water Valley, where he played hockey, participated in local rodeo events, where he then later became a professional bull rider and played professional hockey while attending college in New Mexico in the United States. Before beginning his career in law enforcement, he provided for his family, wife and 2 children, as an RV technician and earned his Journeyman Red Seal certification. Although he's now retired from bull riding, he still remains active in the rodeo community as an announcer, and in his spare time, he's a competitive arm wrestler. I haven't challenged him yet. So we're pleased to have Luke join our team and look forward to his previous experience, professionalism, and strong work ethic he's already shown as being part of Brazeau County. And we're requesting your guys' support in having him appointed as a bylaw officer while we await his credentials. So as you shared your frustrations with the province, we have to resubmit his credentials to get him his full peace officer appointment. At this point, he can do non-moving traffic, the noise bylaws, animal control, which is his former specialty, and he can begin helping us right off the hop here.
Okay, well, thanks for the introduction. I appreciate that. You've had quite a background there, so I could think of all kinds of things to say about Buchan, but we'll leave that for another day. So does he have to do the same thing, like I swear, that kind of thing, like we did?
You make a motion to appoint him, and then we'll start.
Okay. Glenn?
I move the council appoints Wesley Luke Cummings as bylaw officer. Appointment number 25-001, valid until termination of employment.
Discussion? All those in favor? Kara, how do you vote?
In favor.
I just need you to read this. Oh.
I, Wesley Lucas Cummings, do swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability execute according to law the position of bylaw officer for Brazeau County.
Do you swear that the contents of this your affidavit are true and that this oath is binding on your conscience, so help you God?
I do.
These are you. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you, everybody.
I know, like I dressed casual.
ahead, Dallas.
So just before we do that, can I just ask a couple of questions? Business arising,
Yes.
Hart, just before we adopt our follow-up action list. And, let me just get there. Oh, so on page 15, I was just going to ask administration, has our SDAB board been trained already?
Did their training on the 28th, and the rest are going to take it on the 12th of December, I believe. Yes.
Okay, and was that online, or was that
Yes, online.
online? Okay. So I took SDAB training 4 years ago, and I found it invaluable. So I was just wondering if we could get all of council to take a look at it. It's kind of reverse design when it comes to planning and development, MPC. I thought it was invaluable. One of the most valuable courses that I had taken training. So I just wonder if there's an interest for that, and if you think that'd be relevant.
How many have you been to that you can compare one to the next?
I've only been to one, but I've been to a lot of courses at the RMA, and I walked away with a lot of valuable information.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering if there's an interest for council to
So
get
you said
SDB.
it's slated for the 12th of January?
It's online.
Oh, just 12th of, well, I won't be able to make it, but,
All the courses that they usually run a bunch of courses right after an organizational meeting, like around this time of year, so they're all full right now, but I can certainly, like, for next year, send you guys the information. If you take the one for the land tribunal, it's rural, it's 4 days of online training. If the one that the legal office is on, a lot more. They're just 1 day, I find them more efficient, so, but I can certainly send you all the information about it, but it likely will not be until next fall now that anyone.
Ah, I see.
all right, well, you'll just keep us informed then.
Okay.
Shane?
All right.
Just a minute, sorry.
I was just going to agree with Dallas. I took that one last year, and it was an invaluable amount of information that I would not have gotten otherwise. But it's irrelevant because we can't take it till next year, so. Possibly. I will say, though, that the in-person was definitely the way to go. So if we're going to do that, it would be, I would suggest the in-person version.
SDB.
For the SDAB, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Shane. Dallas, you want to wrap up?
I will. I'll move to adopt the follow-up action list as presented.
Discussion, all those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, so don't have any public hearings till 10 o'clock. I guess we'd be down on 6B right now. Yeah, well, we haven't had the public hearing at 10 yet for A, so. Pages 90 to 95. Oh, just for the record, Gary Nelson gave kudos to the planning department there, to all you folks there that you worked with him, so just thought I'd pass that on.
Thank you. Good morning, Reeve and Council. This morning I'm bringing forward a report for review of an order to remedy contraventions policy. PD6, this is a new policy being presented to Council. We currently do not have a policy or a process in place for reviewing order to remedy contraventions. We saw one of these come forward on September 16th at the regular Council meeting, where administration presented a procedure to follow. We have another request for Council to review an order to remedy happening today, this afternoon, like later today. In order to not have to vote on a procedure each time we have a review, not that we would like to see a bunch of these, but in order to have a policy and a procedure in place, not just for the day of, but leading up to, we decided that moving forward with a policy was the way to go to formalize the process, ensure transparency and consistency, and help with having a timely manner upheld for both the applicant as well as the county, so that everybody was aware of what needed to be put in place and how the process would proceed through from requesting a review of council to the day of the review, and how they would be notified of the decision. So the policy starts on page 92, and basically is what council saw, but in a more formalized fashion. So those members of council that were here during the September 16th, this is pretty much the same procedure we did follow. It is a procedure that is followed by other municipalities. We have researched a number of different municipalities and put it together and tried to make it follow the Brazeau way. So we start with definitions, just so everybody's on the same page. And then requesting the review. Generally, I wouldn't put in the days, but just for transparency, we did copy the legislation completely, so 14 days for an order under 545. That is, most of our orders to remedy are done under that section, and 7 days if the order was issued under section 546 of the MGA. But like I said, the majority of our orders are issued under 545. Most of our warnings and procedures are under that section of the MGA. And just helping to clarify what would need to be included in the submission so that we understand that somebody's asking for a review of council and not just asking what the order is or asking a question related to it, just really knowing so what we're scheduling and what we're doing. Then how we're going to provide notification to the applicant or the landowner, the individual who received the order, and the timeline for that, and then the review process. So that's on page 94. Administration would present, the applicant would present. Council has discussion and the ability to ask questions to either the administration or the applicant. Deliberation and discussion. This is based completely on the Municipal Government Act that allows for confirmation, variance, substitution, or cancel of the order. And then that the decision will be made in a public meeting. So if more information is required, council does have the right to table it, but it should table it to a specific meeting date so that all parties involved know when it's going to happen. And that a decision will be provided within 30 days to the applicant, and then we will keep it on record for a minimum of 12 years. So pretty much just laying it out step by step, trying to be clear, trying to be transparent, and we're just looking for council's support on having this policy be put forward and recommending approval. Any questions? I'm happy to answer them.
Any thoughts? I guess, you never know how a new set of rules will impact yourself or the public until you go through a period. And so if it works, there won't be any concerns or complaints about it. If it doesn't work, we may have to adjust it in the future. So just sometimes when you look at a piece of paper, it maybe makes sense here, but if you're the applicant, you may say, something different, or even staff might have a different idea when it comes up. But I'm just suggesting, I'm not seeing any concerns with it right now, so we can maybe move ahead with this. And then if the issues come in the future, don't be afraid to change things if we have to. So that means there's an action required here. Go ahead, Arya.
I move that council approves a review of an order to remedy contraventions policy, PD6, as shown in Appendix A.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay. All these no's, no, I don't take it no more. All right, corporate services, line of credit, Colin?
Good morning, Council. On page 96 of your agenda, you'll see your request for council decision in regards to bylaw 1220-25, known as the operating line of credit for the 2026 fiscal year. The recommended action is that council give all required readings to bylaw 1220-25 to allow for operational borrowing up to $2 million per annum if necessary to ensure day-to-day operations of the municipality. For some background for councillors, this is a bylaw we put in as a bit of a safety net there each year. We have not accessed it as long as I can remember. We just do it in case of maybe we couldn't access some investments. Otherwise, if we pull the investments early, we lose the earned interest on it. So just a little bit of a line of credit that we have that we do not access and don't plan to, but just having good kind of keeping there. But the bylaw can be found on page 98 of your agenda, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So you said it hasn't been used as long as you can remember.
No.
So how long can you remember? What's your memory?
About 11 years.
Oh, it is 11 years, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we require a motion to approve the authorization to be able to.
Or sorry, to give all 3 readings, sorry.
All 3 readings, okay. Listen to him.
Yeah.
So we need first reading. Dallas?
Yeah, I'll move first reading, bylaw 1220-25. Oh, is that the right one? Yeah, okay.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay. Do you want to give second reading, Kara?
Yeah, I can do that. I move second reading to bylaw, sorry, I'm just grabbing the bylaw number.
Discussion? Oh, 122025.
Bylaw 12/20/25.
Correct.
Yep.
Just trying to include you in the conversation here, Kara.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's 12/20-25.
Any other discussion? Shane? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, now we have to make a motion to go to third reading. See, I'm right on time. Sorry, that's just my sugars. So go ahead, Shane.
I move to go to third reading for 2 bylaw 1220-25.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, now we need third and final reading. Carol, are you making that motion?
I give third and final reading to bylaw 1220-25 to allow for operational borrowing up to $2 million per annum if necessary to ensure day-to-day operations of the municipality.
Discussion? Yeah, go ahead, discussion.
Point of order, it wasn't moved?
I move.
Oh, she didn't say that?
No.
Oh, she said I give. She gave.
I move. I move and I give. I move to give. I move to do third reading of bylaw, to give third reading. I move to give third reading to bylaw 1220-25 to allow for the operational borrowing up to $2 million per annum if necessary to ensure day-to-day operations of the municipality.
Discussion? Go ahead. Dallas?
In the 3 readings of a bylaw, do we need to open the floor to public, for public hearing? Not at all?
No. So just through the reeve to Councillor Exton, with this one, for bylaws that are under the term of 3 years, they don't need to be advertised or put out in that mechanism.
Thank you.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, it's carried unanimous. Well, at least we all learned a little bit. It has to be 3 years or more. For a 1-year thing, you don't need to go to the public. Go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah, we go every year just so we don't have to go to the public. It just shortens it up, so.
No, we don't do it. We don't do it to shorten up public input, Glenn.
No, but if we go longer, well, then you have to open it up to
Yes.
advertising and scheduling.
Yes. But I'm saying we don't do it to stop public input. There's a difference in how that's framed. Okay. All right. Mr. Point of Order. All right, corporate services, council at large appointee selection guide policy, pages 100. See, it says there right off, the council recognizes the importance of public engagement. So was there any changes in this policy, or we're just adopting it to keep it updated? Okay, thanks, Tina. So unless there's any changes, we'll need a motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're just moving into appointing members at large. Should there be a component where members at large are vetted? Criminal record check has now been adopted for people running for office. Should that also be reflected here in our policy? And I just ask council.
I would almost think so. You know, just from my thinking, because we generally treat the public the same way we treat ourselves, whether it's per diems, whether it's different types of rules and things like that. So I would think it's just a criteria in order to run for a committee. Any thoughts? Glenn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree that it's actually a good idea, because some of our committees could involve sensitive things, working with kids, whatever, right? So yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a criminal record check completed, because we really don't know these people, right, that we're bringing onto these boards personally.
Right, because we all had to get it done, so. Carol?
I agree as well. When we're involving somebody from the public on a committee, they're representing Brazeau County. So I think it's imperative that they go through the same check as we do to ensure that they're fully vetted to take that position on for us.
Karen?
I agree as well.
Okay. Dallas?
Okay, so my question is, what does vetting mean? And does it just include a criminal record check, or do we kind of go a little bit farther? I don't know. I don't know, so it's just something to think about. That's all I'm asking. I'd say a criminal record check at the very least.
Yeah, no more onerous than what we have to do, but the same as what elected officials have to do.
That's fair.
Carol?
I do notice that we do have in there, must be in good standing with the county and not currently involved in any legal or complaint dispute with the county. And I do believe that a criminal record check would follow through enough. I don't know that you can go much deeper on that, so I think that that would be sufficient.
So we're going to be item I to the application for members at large.
Item I.
So we need a motion to change the policy to include item I, which is in regards to criminal record check.
Okay, so just before we do that, I just have a couple other questions, if that's all right.
Yes, it's always all right.
Item number 3 on the policy states, applications for all members at large will be accepted and read prior to the organizational meeting, except on an election year.
Okay, that's a good point.
Should we change that? Is there any way that we could change that? Or is there a way that we can still follow through with that? Oh, said date. No, that was not what I was talking about. Oh, it was item 1 that I was talking about. Sorry, let me come back to that. So applications on item 3, applications for members at large will be accepted in writing prior to the organizational meeting. So I was just, what my question was on that one, we oftentimes accept applications the morning of the meeting. Is that something that we're happy with doing, or is there, because I'm just going up to item number 1, how it works in there. Annually, prior to the organization meeting, council will advertise and host a voluntary information open house where potential applicants da-da-da-da-da. And I'm just asking, will that be except on an election year? Because the election always interferes with that. How can we just make 1 and 3 come together just with a little more continuity, is my question there. So 3, I don't think we should accept applications the day of, 24 hours before, something like that. And can we still meet the council and kind of go through questions, Q&A with potential applicants at that time?
Throughout my time, things have changed on and off. Not so much lately, but we often have extended deadlines for people to come in, even on the day of elections. So we've had that as kind of a consistent sort of philosophy now, that we'll accept applications right till day 1.
Okay.
We got some, Carol. Tina?
So administratively, I would strongly support a deadline, but yes, in response to the Reeve, you guys have always left it open. I mean, and right up until this year, you saw there was a lady that submitted her application that morning. Administratively, though, and also to be able to do the open house, which I found to be extremely useful for everyone, a deadline, I would love a deadline, but.
It's difficult because a lot of times we haven't had enough applications. And so somebody sitting in the stands get voluntold, right, that they'll be on the committee.
And we couldn't do clause 1, so I would love that exception in there, just because of the timing this year with an election. I couldn't host a voluntary night because I didn't have a council for them to meet.
I agree.
Glenn and then Carol?
Well, it all worked well as long as we got lots of people interested in running, but the problem is, if nobody's interested, I mean, the criminal record check is a good idea, but at the same time, we could end up losing a few seats just because of that, or a few people interested in it, so it's tough to say how this will go. So maybe make that so it's still the last day, and then just see how it goes next year, and take a look at it.
Carol?
I believe that the criminal record check adding on to Section 3 will help to alleviate some of those last-minute individuals that might be coming in that morning of the organizational meeting, as they'll have to have some forethought to get that criminal record check. So it shows intent, not only helping the council to make sure that that person's truly interested and vetted properly, but it also will give a little bit of a heads up. So you won't have too many people coming in at the last minute to take on one of those positions if they don't have their criminal record check intact.
Aria?
I was going to say somewhat along the same lines as what Carol said. It takes 10 days to get a criminal record check, so if you're going to follow within those guidelines, you're not going to be getting in last minute anyways, so if we add that addition.
I'll just throw another hook into it. What if a motion was made that we appoint Bill, subject to the free and clear criminal record check? That motion could still happen. You see what I'm saying? Right, so somebody you know is a person in good standing, but they haven't done the criminal record check. I move that we appoint Bill, subject to his giving us a free and clear criminal record check. And if it doesn't, then he's not appointed as well.
Fair enough.
All right?
I'm just steering away from desk drop stuff. That's why
Yeah.
I don't like it, and I won't support it. But moving down the road a little bit, the last time we spoke about this, I asked policy item 1 annually prior to organizational meeting. I think it should be biennial. Like, I don't think we need to do an organizational meeting every year. I think a 2-year term would be more appropriate, in my opinion, simply because the first year is only 10 meetings of whatever it is, MPC, ASB, 10 or 11 meetings, and you're just getting good at going. So once you get somebody into the routine of being on a board, then the second year is really where you have the opportunity to shine. So I'm looking more at biannual 2-year term instead of the 1-year term. Does that go anywhere? No?
May I?
Go ahead.
Thank you. My question would be through the chair to administration. Do we not have to have an organizational meeting every year? And then my other caution with a 2-year term is if we do find or have somebody that's not a good fit, the 1 year kind of puts some guardrails around that. I would be a little hesitant to move to a 2-year term, just in case we do get someone that's not a good fit. And I know that that's happened in the past. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Kara. Rudy.
Thank you, Reeve. Through you to Councillor Westerland. That is correct. We are required to have an organizational meeting annually. The committee appointments are a part of that organizational meeting, but I think that's up to the purview of council to set those terms. So we would have an organizational meeting every year to set our participation in various committees, but some of these at-large appointments could possibly be considered on a biannual basis.
Okay, so we'll think about that. All the people that applied didn't apply for 2 years, so it'd have to be next go-around is what it would have to
Oh,
be,
for sure,
Dallas?
yeah, for sure.
Dallas?
Okay, so, yeah, if somebody doesn't fit on a board, if it's not a good fit, something, you make a terrible mistake and you have to, you know, sometimes you gotta step back, that happens. It's not the end of the world. But the council has the ability to remove a person from the board that doesn't need to be incorporated into a bylaw or a policy. I think council just simply says this isn't working well and we're gonna remove somebody from the board. It's not always easy, but we always have that ability.
Shane?
On the 2-year note, we do have a board that has 2-year terms. The rec board has members at large that are 2-year terms. So it is something that we do.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, maybe I asked for that.
Ask and you shall receive.
I think what we should do is put a notation somewhere around beginning of September to raise this issue before we appoint people to organizational meeting, no? Okay, August? August 30th, I was out by 1 day. All right. Did I say approximately September 1st?
Sure.
Okay, I'm just thinking of raising the flag so that we talk about this before we go into an organizational meeting. Carol and then Glenn?
Just an interesting thing that might come up is if we put this into play for next year, when we go through our organizational meeting, we will be crossing over an election year at some point, because we'll be every 2 years. And that will put us into possibly a new council, and that won't work if you have an organizational meeting, somebody's on that.
Well, it might only be for the 1 year at the time, because council can change it all the next year. The first year they get elected, right, they can change it. Because it will be in
Yep.
place a year before they come in, and then the year that they're in, they could say, those guys don't know what they were doing. You know, I move that we have an organizational meeting, and away they go.
Okay.
Glenn?
Yeah, my concern would just be that we'd have to change all the bylaws as well, right, to match the 2-year. Like the rec board, we did it 2 years just to match because the town was doing theirs for 2 years, so we just matched what they were doing. But, I mean, for each committee now, we're going to be digging into the bylaws and having to change it. And then if we were to do what the Reeve suggested, change it back to 1 year, well, then you're digging up bylaws again and redoing them all. So it'd be quite a bit of paperwork to facilitate that.
Yeah, I wasn't saying it as though I was in favor. I was just saying that was an option. I was going to call point of order, but I decided not to. All right, so, and the other thing is that moral and ethical sort of stance that we have, you should honor people being there for 2 years, I think, anyway. But, you know, in the past, council has just put people on for 1 year and punted them the next.
Right. Okay, so I think one of the other reasons that we brought this back, this year, the concern was raised about fairness and having equal representation from each division. I think we kind of got a little bit out of there, so how could we incorporate it so that we have divisional fairness consistently? And to me, for my opinion, the length of the term and the number of times that you're reappointed to the same board kind of gets in the way of that. So, and if you have somebody that sits on a board for 4 years or 6 years, what it does is it kind of undermines the concept of us bringing new people in to sit on boards and get experience and see how the process works, getting to meet our people. So length of term, how long you can sit on a board is what I mean. How long can you be on that board? I think there should be a maximum. How can we incorporate divisional fairness consistently? And I think I better stop with that.
Glenn?
Well, through the chair, I agree with Councillor Ekstrom. But if we go to a 2-year, like I said, we kind of botched the last organizational meeting. I think Councillor Westerland's area isn't represented by anybody this go around, so it's kind of nice, at least it's, I'd say, 1 year mistake that we've made. You know, we just happen to miss that, but if we do this for 2 years, well, then you're stuck with, if you make that same mistake, well, then you're stuck for 2 years with no representation, so the 1 year does kind of make up. And like I said, there has been times when you're wishing that the person that was brought on that board never was, right? I understand that part too, so 1 year gives you time to vet people out too, to see how they work. Some people are impossibly quiet at these meetings, they don't participate, and it's very frustrating. So it's nice if it's just 1 year. I know that I've talked to some of the people that are on these boards, and they would prefer a longer term for sure. So yeah, it's got its pluses and minuses both ways.
Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Kara.
Thank you, Reeve. My comment's just around the term to the term limits. I've never been a fan of term limits. I mean, as councillors and elected officials, we don't have term limits, and I always, just something, when I look and when we're dealing with this, I like a little bit of experienced and a little bit of new, so always have a mix. I don't think anybody should be penalized if they've been on a committee for, 2 or 3 years. We have counselors that have been sitting on committees for more than that, and we don't move them around. Or we do, but they've still racked up that amount of time. So I really am against term limits. I think council will do a good job of making sure that there is a good mix of experienced and new ideas coming to the table. And I don't think we need to put term limits in to get that.
Did you say Trump?
Yeah, he has a term limit.
Shane. Oh, so no, Aria was next. Aria.
Thank you. Through the chair. So just to Councillor Ekstrom, would the term limit apply to the elected officials then, in your thoughts?
No.
No.
To the elected, like to us?
Yeah. For how long we sit on a board?
Oh, good question, good question. Yeah, actually, that's wise. Sorry. Yeah, so I think term limits should be something that is considered. And the library board, for example, they have term limits. Once you've been on the board, you have to be, you'll fulfill your term, and then you're off for a period of time. And then you can come back again. So it doesn't mean that you're out the gate forever, but it just provides an opportunity for somebody else to come to sit to your board. Also, you bring up a great question, a great point about the boards that we sit on. I'm a farmer. I don't have to sit on the agricultural board all the time, ASB board. That doesn't have to be my board all the time. And I don't have to get married to a board, and I think it's healthy if we actually do rotate, revolve committees that we sit on. So, yeah, I'd support that for sure.
Okay.
Did you have your porridge this morning?
I did.
You're awfully chatty.
Just with that, I guess I understand the concept, but at the organizational meeting, we have the freedom to decide if we want to throw our hat or throw our name in the hat for the board. So it's like, if you feel like you don't want to sit on the ASB, then
You don't have to.
yeah, you don't have to. And also for us voting in members at large, if you feel like somebody sat on the board for too long, then don't vote for them.
I do that, but it still fails.
All right, Shane.
I guess to the point of the 2-year term limit, or the bumping it up to 2 years, one thing to consider is we would have to be more cognizant of the choices we make then. That being said, if we do an organizational meeting, we still have to do an organizational meeting every year. Maybe that's a good time to do a review then. We review, we review the boards. Are these boards working the way they're supposed to? No, then let's stop and change some people out. We always have that power, do we not?
Yes. Yes,
So,
we do.
so that, it maybe puts a little bit more in our court to, like, hey, we did a 1-year limit on this. This isn't working out. You aren't, it puts us in, I think, the line of fire a little bit in terms of that. But maybe it makes people think, if I'm on these boards, I have to perform. I don't just get to come and sit here and not speak a word.
Carol?
Just a final note, I think that we are adult enough that we can regulate that within the committees and within council at the organizational meeting. I'm not a fond person on term limits. I've experienced it in other boards. If we had an overwhelming amount of interest this year in the committees, which was unusual, I understand, and so that placed us in a different mindset. But going forward, as soon as you start putting board limits on for terms, you can lose some really good people really, really quickly, and then you're sitting with empty seats at the table. So I'm not a big fan of term limits just for that purpose, and I think that we can regulate and monitor that within council quite nicely just by having good discussions around who should be sitting on those committees.
I'll disagree.
Dallas, wrap it up. Your light's on there.
I just think that there are 7,000 plus good people in Brazeau County, and why do we have the same people being on the boards? Seems like forever. There's a lot of good people out there. Let's give them all a shot. Like, what's wrong with that? That's the entire point of having members at large. So anyway, my intention was just to make a motion to direct administration to consider our discussion and maybe bring this policy back with some changes, recommendations. I don't want to disclude them from crafting a new bylaw or making changes. Is that something that I could do?
Well, I'm just thinking that this is more of a council policy, correct?
Oh, it is.
So it's council that has to decide on that. I guess the administration, we're always welcome to ideas, and that's, if that's what you're asking for, it's something.
I am asking for good ideas, yeah.
Yeah, just for advice, okay. So they're listening to you right now as we speak, Dallas.
All right, I'll make a motion then.
Sure.
All right, I'll move to direct administration to bring back policy name at-large appointees selection guidelines, policy number Council 8, in the January's too soon, at your own convenience, at council's convenience, with recommendations. And then we'll talk about it some more.
Discussion? All those in favor?
We have lots of time.
Those opposed? Kara, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Okay, so 2 opposed, 4 in favor.
Okay, what was the motion? Could I have that read back? I was all over the place there.
Moved by Alex Ekstrom to direct administration to bring back Council 8 policy with recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so that's passed. All right, it's almost 10 o'clock. We'll take a 5-minute break because then we've got to go into public hearing. On public hearing, so somebody will have to make a motion to go into public hearing for 1218-25 to rezone Lot A, Plan 962-3295. Okay, so somebody will have to make a motion to go into public hearing. Aria?
I move to go into public hearing. I lost it.
Right on top of the page in your agenda. Public hearing 1218-25.
121825.
Yeah.
I move to go into public hearing for 1218-25.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
In favor.
Okay, all right, carried unanimous. Take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, Reading Council. Rezoning bylaw 25, or application 25A-007, located on pages 81 through 89 of the agenda package, has been submitted to rezone approximately 7.61 acres, which is legally described as Lot 1, Plan 9623295, within Northeast 1049-9 west of the 5th Meridian, from direct control to agricultural holdings, which would allow the use of the parcel for residential and agricultural purposes, as the oil field office operation is no longer required. These subject lands are located immediately west of Range Road 92, from which the parcel has access, as shown on the land location map on page 83. The application was circulated for review and comments to external agencies, internal departments, and adjacent landowners. External comments were received from Fortis Alberta and TELUS, and they identified that they had no concerns or objections.
Can you hold on just for a second? I have to declare a conflict of interest because it's right across from my road. So I guess it's pecuniary, correct? I know Kara can't do it from a remote, so it'll have to be Dallas.
All right, so the Reeve has declared a pecuniary interest, and he is leaving the room. I will assume the chair. My name is Dallas Ekstrom. Carry on.
Thank you. Alberta Energy Regulator shared a list and a map showing the locations of oil and gas pipelines which would impact future development. However, they have no concerns related to the rezoning. Internal comments were provided by Public Works and Agricultural Services. Agricultural Services advised of the soil conditions but had no concerns regarding the rezoning, and Public Works advised that they had no concerns regarding the proposed rezoning. And no adjacent landowner letters were received. The policy considerations were set out in the report to Council on November 4th and confirmed that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the county's municipal development plan and the land use bylaw. That further confirmed that the lands do not fall within any intermunicipal development plan or area structure plan. So it is the recommendation of administration that second and third readings be given to bylaw 121825, the rezoning of the 7.61 acre parcel legally described as Lot 1, Plan 9623295 within Northeast 1049-9 west of the 5th Meridian, from direct control to agricultural holdings. And just a note that should bylaw 121825 be adopted, it will repeal the current direct control bylaw 515-05. Thank you.
All right, any comments or questions from council to administration? Hearing none, seeing none. Motion is in order.
I move to go to second reading to bylaw 1218-20.
Oh, hold it.
Public comments?
Pardon me, public comments?
Public comments?
Oh, are there any? Okay, yeah, so we are still in public hearing, right? Okay, so we will open the floor up to the public. Is there anybody here who would like to speak to council in regard to this matter? Please come ahead, speak into the microphone, state your name for the record, please.
Catherine Day. I'm the realtor holding the listing on that property.
Catherine Day, okay.
We currently have an offer on the property and all the conditions have been removed by the buyer, but I understand we have to now proceed with a development permit after the rezoning's been completed?
That is correct, yeah.
Is there any possible way of expediting that?
I would just have to refer to Chandra. I don't think there is, but I'll let her answer that.
Through the chair to the speaker, the application will be processed. It is a permitted use to change the use of the existing structure back to a residential use. So it will be processed through the normal procedure for development permit, and it can be approved by administration, so it will be quicker than if it were to have to go to MPC. So it shouldn't take an extremely long period of time.
All right, thank you.
So do I understand I have to wait another month or can we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So do I just hand this file to you? Oh, okay.
Okay,
All
that
right,
satisfy?
thank you.
All right. All right, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak in this matter? We are bylaw 121825, land use amendment. Anyone from the public would like to speak to this matter at all? Is there anyone calling in? Hearing none and seeing none. I think we can come out of public hearing.
I can move to come out of public hearing for bylaw 1218-25.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Westland moved to come out of public hearing. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, seeing none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, we are now out of public hearing, and we can move into...
Kara is in.
Oh, thank you, Kara. Kara's in favor.
Thank you.
Okay, carry on. So, Councillor Volk, go ahead.
I move to give second reading to bylaw 1218-25, proposing Lot 1, Plan 962-3295 within Northeast 1049 of 9, west of the 5th Meridian, plus or minus 7.61 acres, be rezoned from direct control to agricultural holdings as shown on the attached Schedule A.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, seeing none. Call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Westland, how do you vote?
In favor.
Motion's carried. Third reading, please. Aria, go ahead.
I move that council give third reading to bylaw 1218-25, proposing Lot 1, Plan 962-3295 within Northeast 1049 of 9, west of the 5th Meridian, to be rezoned from direct control to agricultural holdings.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Westerland, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion's carried. Yes, Reeve Guion can reassume the chair if I hand it over to him, which I may not.
Our next delegation is at 10:30, so we will, yes, you're right. No, the 10:15 is the arena. All right, so we'll deal with some other issues here until that time. We dealt with 12A. So we got item B. 12B, in regards to Mr. Ekstrom's notice. Go ahead, Dallas.
Yeah, so I just asked, I made the motion at the last council meeting to include all members of council to compose the Municipal Planning Commission. And you know what I said about it? I believe that it should be all council. I don't understand why we would train members of the public when we need to train our very own council. So I'm very much in favor of that. You know what I think and how I feel, so I'm just going to let it up to you. You guys are the decision makers.
Okay, so you're going to redo your motion? Or is that motion on the table now? So that motion is on the table then already?
I could technically move to take from the table if you want to do that.
Bring it back to the table?
I don't know, sure. If you want to do that, it's up to you. I agree. That's fair.
Any thoughts? Shane?
I have a little speech written for this and everything, but
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, the good governance that we speak about a lot in here really depends on good judgment and having all of the facts before we make decisions about things like this. This isn't a light matter. We've gotten letters from the public about this. You know, the MPC, it has a lot of power behind it. and I do agree with what Councillor Ekstrom says. And I think that we should probably look for a little bit of wisdom in this matter, not just round table here constantly, the same things over and over again. I would ask that we take this to a workshop with administration, and they can provide us with the legislative, legal, governance implications, and really give us all the facts on how this could look or not look. I don't think asking this to go into a workshop is a delay in that process. I think it would be a mark of council that we value the understanding of our administration on matters like this. And if we are confident that the MPC is made up properly, then we shouldn't be concerned about going to a workshop about it. So therefore, I move that we refer this matter to a workshop with administration.
Point of order. Sorry, Tina, just a minute, point of order.
Your tabled motion is on the floor.
As per section 13 of Robert's Rules, you can bring asking to go to a committee for information is allowed under Robert's Rules, under section 13.
No, this motion is on the floor.
And that goes with that motion. So it isn't a new motion, it is asking to go to committee about a motion.
So you're deferring it to a workshop?
Yes.
In
Yes, so I'm not deferring the motion, I'm referring the motion to a workshop. I can read it out for you. I looked this up.
That's fine.
I don't want people to think I'm doing sneaky things, because I'm not. Well,
Okay, so what's the sneaky thing?
well, it's not a sneaky thing. So you can, it's a subsidiary motion, is to commit or refer.
Move to refer.
So it's just a move to refer to a workshop.
So we'll go to a little more discussion here first. I think I agree that we've got lots of time between now and the fall before any changes would be made anyway. We wouldn't do it midstream. But I think we may want to get some comparisons, you know, to see what other municipalities, the values of whether it's working or not working, and all the information on this particular issue. Glenn?
Yeah, on this issue, the motion 613/25-11-04, it wouldn't work anyways because it's asking for it to be changed. We actually have to go through the bylaw process to do this, so it can't be changed by just changing the terms of reference. So we'd have to look into bylaw 373-17 to change this bylaw. On top of that, I was prepared to vote on that motion, not understanding that it was a bylaw, that NPCs brought through the power of bylaw. So that would be, like I said, I've only been on council for a couple of years, but there's some others that have been here a lot longer that should have known that. So we talk about inexperience on MPC. We have inexperience on council as well, myself included. So it's nice. With our current makeup of MPC, we have some really experienced people there. And so, yeah, I'm learning as much as I can, and I appreciate that. If you had a complete changeover in council, the problem I see is that you would have 7 new councillors potentially, and that's happened, where nobody has any experience with MPC. So the ability to bring in outside people that have worked on that committee and understand how that works, that's really beneficial to the process. So I really appreciate the people that are on right now, and yeah, I look to my left and right to get input on the topics we're going to discuss. So I wouldn't want to change what we have. It's working great. So, but yeah, like I said, the actual motion itself, 613/25-11-04, it's a no-go. It doesn't define what needs to be done to get there.
Aria?
I'll just go along a bit with what Glenn said. Being a new counselor and this being my first term, when we were choosing what we were interested in, I had actually clicked off that I was interested in the MPC, and then I was advised that, you know, it was a little bit more, maybe it was a bit more biting off more than I could chew experience-wise. So I took that and I understood that, and if I was made to go on there, I feel like I would be doing a disservice to the public versus the people that have the wealth of knowledge and the experience that are currently on the board, that have all of those years of experience and knowledge versus me being new and having very little.
I'm just going to cut in here because during an election, you can have a complete change in the whole board, as we've seen across the province, where the whole board is gone. And so you're starting out with fresh people. And experience is interesting, to say the least. Just because I've been around for 25 years doesn't mean that I got any experience. I could be regurgitating the same stuff I learned in the first year that I learned. So just because you're there for a long time doesn't mean you've got any more experience. In fact, new people usually get up to speed, very quickly, and they actually bring new things to the thought instead of the same old all the time. So I'm suggesting that we need to look at it. I'm not going to say what the outcome of looking at it will be, but always looking at fresh ways of doing things is a positive, right? Doing things the same old way may or may not be the best choice of what we're doing. So, and like I said, experience is interesting, to say the least. I've got a lot of experience, I guess, on the board now. I've got the most, but that doesn't mean I know anything, okay? And I'm saying that with all honesty, right? So, Arya.
I also just had a question. Has there been issues with having members at large on the MPC?
There has been some issues, but we're not talking about that right now. What we're talking about is whether we want to have a workshop and take a look at the pros and cons and see what other people have done. Just because we've been doing something a certain way doesn't mean it's always been the right way. We started with no knowledge whatsoever when we created this municipality. Oh yes, it's 10, we're past 10:15. I'm late, so we'll have to defer this discussion. So we need a motion to go into public hearing. Thanks for that, Glenn. Glenn.
It's not a, it's just, it's a recreation board arena plant replacement, and there'll be Heather Pollard and Barry Yakimchuk presenting.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, folks, come on up. Thanks.
All right. I gave you guys handouts so you guys can make notes or whatever, but we're here about Team Auction Center. As you know, the plant is a little tired. The old girls, they made a lot of good things in the 80s. It's still kicking along, but not very energy efficient. So we've come up with some grants that we're planning on hitting up here. One is the GMF grant and one is the CEC grant. So if you go through your slides as well as your presentation, it kind of breaks it down into the cost of what we're doing and what we're looking at doing. Some of the stuff that's already expired or it's past its life expectancy, like for example, some of the older equipment, but I'll let Barry do the mechanical side of things and I'll tell you the numbers part.
Grant or no grant, we get aging equipment, particularly the evaporator condenser, which is critical to the ice plant. The chiller is a few years left, but it's getting close. We definitely don't want to wait till it fails. Compressors you can rebuild. We do have a compressor rebuild scheduled for next year, and we'll just keep doing this until we get new ones. And new compressors are far, far, far more efficient. And if we're going to do this upgrade, and that's where this grant comes in, they allow us significant greenhouse gas emissions reduction, energy efficiency, plus giving us the state-of-the-art equipment to operate. And the ice plant is only one component. We also have a makeup air unit that supplies what we call Omni 1 and the main dressing rooms. And right now it's It's kind of jimmy-rigged, it's working. It needs an automated valve to control things. We have a manual valve in there stuck in one place, and we're controlling how the air flows and heat with dampers instead, which it's doing its job, but there's no parts available for this piece of equipment, and it is 25 years old or so. With most pieces of equipment, you can prolong the life of them because a unit is made up of components. You can replace motors, belts, gas valves, flame arrest, blowers, and unless that exchanger is actually cracked or destroyed, these you can extend the life of these. Like, for example, a rooftop unit has a life expectancy from 15 to 45 years. That's quite a window. It's all dependent on if you keep maintaining it and keep replacing internals. The main unit, the supplies Omni one, no parts available for it at all. It's that old. So we're running a bit of risk. We certainly don't want it to go down. And that's part of this, along with some other things, which the GMF is a incentive-based program where the more energy efficiency you're willing to shoot for, the more grant money they're willing to give.
So the GMF grant is based off of, we have to be 80% green, basically, which is a big number to reach. So basically, every kilojoule we save, every bit of ounce of energy we save, it translates into $1, basically. So we are at 82% with these schematics that we have drawn up. I don't think the schematics are in it, but we did put all of the metrics in here so that you guys can see what we're looking at for all of the savings. So this program, they're saying, we also have engineers that are working on this. So this is not Barry and I just like working off the internet. They've come right to the site and they've done energy audits. They've taken all of our paperwork, all of our bills, gone over everything so that we know what we're doing in savings and such. So we're looking at about $150,000 a year payback in about 12 to 15 years doing this program with the energy savings by doing this. And it's work we have to do. The plant it's ending very near the end of its life. So I don't know if there's any questions so far.
Working on it for a while, I had an hour. Shane?
So the town's been aware of this. What do they have in reserves for this then?
You'd have to ask finance that. We have been putting away a bit, but the extent of the heating system, we weren't really aware that you couldn't because we were rebuilding it, but we didn't realize that the parts became obsolete until you literally couldn't get them anymore. And that heating system, the building was literally built around the heating system, so it heats one whole half of that whole area. So the arena, Omni, one over, and all the dressing rooms on that side. So we had a major failure, and then we realized, oh.
That unit is as big as a car, and it's a standard doorway to get in and out of that room.
Yes, yeah. So, and our air handlers are old, and so are our dehumidifiers. And with this grant, we have the opportunity to change out the curling rink lights and the MCC lights as well, which is a lot of energy savings for us. Also, this GMF grant is going away, and it's becoming streamlined into another grant. So this is the only opportunity that we have until December 31st to actually access this grant. It's very unsubscribed because hitting 80% green is a very big ask. So we have managed to do that. The engineers have managed to do that, but it's big. And then the CEC as well is also a grant that we can get up to $500,000 as well.
So is that because of the solar array is making it part of that 82% green or 80% green?
The solar will help, yes. And I know the question is, well, can we run off solar? The solar panels are not going to start those compressors. That's not what it is, but you can sell that back to the grid. The grid, yeah.
It has to be properly sized
Yeah.
in order to get those benefits.
Yes, and we have
So-
the engineers that have specifically designed the panels for our roof. Because we have to be able to tell the government that exactly what we're putting in that building is exactly what's happening. And they also come after and do measurements to make sure that we've installed everything that they said that we would with the plan.
But it's kind of like the pool. It was going to be an energy efficient pool, but the sizing of the solars, although it was good, it wasn't enough to offset the power. And you need to offset the power in order
Yes.
to take advantage of the surplus energy that you can turn back to the grid at
Mhm.
premium rate of 33 cents.
Yeah, I don't know who they used for that or if they used engineers. We're using engineers that specially design this. We got a grant, a $60,000 grant to pay for these engineers to do this audit and this inspection. They've looked at all of our equipment very in depth. They've sent us script schematics as well to have a look at everything that we have so we can try and be as green as we have. We're pretty hopeful we can get this grant because it's so underutilized. Because you have to put so much money into the study to get these drawings and such, and the 80% is tough, but.
Solar is a great way to create energy, and if you satisfy the building, you can actually buy a directional meter and sell it back to the grid. What makes it tough, you referenced the aquatic center, go down the base, there's many 10 horsepower motors driving pumps, driving injectors, and lights use nothing for power. Those motors use a lot.
Yes, of course.
I don't know. Yeah, this proposal here is for 400
What?
Solar panels.
Okay.
We got 100 horsepower motors driving those compressors. We're never gonna. It's hypothetical that we'd ever
Generate enough power to offset a 100 horsepower motor?
Okay, so let's suppose summertime and the plant isn't even running, we still have 10 horsepower motors, multiple air handlers and rooftop units, that's a lot of power to expect out of solar panels.
So the big part of the system is the reheat, the heat recapture, so that we're using, right now, we're drawing in 100% outside air, so if it's minus 50, we're drawing in 100% minus 50, and then that furnace is having to turn that into air for us. Right now, we are recouping heat off of the plant, 100% of it, and circulating it through the building to help preheat and reduce costs for heating costs. Our building's over 100,000 square feet, so we're heating a lot of square footage, and we're using a lot of gas as well.
So Leduc County put solar on their facility.
Mhm.
I don't know if you've checked out with them to see how that's working. Devon did the same thing on their facility. So it may be a time to take a look at systems if they are working, right? And if they are working, what did they do differently? Because solar panels now used to be 10 watts per panel. Now they're 800 up to, they're big panels, but
Yeah,
they're
this would be
generally-
the newest of the newest. This would be kind of, I think Leduc did theirs unless they changed them, and I think they did theirs about 6-7 years ago, is that
Yeah.
about right?
Yeah.
And technology, again, in that time period has just exceeded that again.
Yes.
So,
But understand that our phase 1 and phase 2 of this project involves the lighting, which were two major areas of the complex, the Mackenzie Conference Center and over the curling rink surface are, that's the part of the building that's still not LEDs. Into phase 2, the HVAC and the plant and some other components, that solar is the last phase of this.
yeah.
Right.
And
Glenn.
we're trying to exhaust as much granting as we can, so hitting these 2 grants to fund as much of this project as we can. Mind you, this is all based off if we get all this money. If we don't, we will scale down the project to however much granting money that we get. But the $150,000 a year payback was quite a nice surprise for us, that we thought, okay, it was enticing to make this project worth it.
Glenn?
So for this facility now, is it the Drayton Valley Omniplex, or is it something else? Like, we're talking about the Mackenzie Center, the
It's
NDA
team auction.
and team auction. This is
Team
just for
auction
team
center.
auctions? So all of this project just goes towards team auctions?
Nope, so part of the MCC lighting is in there as well for redoing a retrofit for all the lights.
So for this project, I guess, if I'm looking to make a motion, then it would be to add it to just the team auction centers is fine? Is that encompasses this project? Or is there a project name for this?
We don't have a project name for it. It's just a retrofit basically for the whole building. And we've gone after all the grant money that we can, so we've kind of jumped large at this, and we're waiting to see. The last phase is we're gonna submit it. We just wanted everybody to kind of know what we're doing, and then we're gonna see what we can get for grant money. And then we'll look at the project and say, okay, so this is how much grant money. Maybe we won't get all of it, and then we'll have to look.
Do you need a
That's-
commitment from council or a motion from council to, apparently, well, the project is $5.7 million, and you're saying that the town will be $1 million and the county will be $1 million split?
So
to get
down, if you go down, you guys have a new slide. It kind of breaks it down more in this graph, the performance metric graph. So if you go to this one, it kind of tells you basically with the bar graph, what we would be putting in and what we can get from the grant. So down a little bit, it'll look like this one.
Performance metrics.
Not capital
Oh,
cost.
page. They do not have page numbers, actually. We did tell the engineers that would be nice.
It's 3
Sure.
pages from the back.
Yeah, right here, this gives kind of a very better understanding of the money that would need to go in. So potentially from the GMF grant, we can get $647,400. And the CEC grant, we can get up to $500,000 as well. So the town and the county would be putting in the 6.7, another 647 and 400.
So am I reading that right? So all we would need is 320,000 apiece to get these grants?
Upfront, but part of the GMF grant is a loan.
That's where that 1.9 million, that's the loan?
That's the loan part that we have to do to get that granting money, to get that 647,000.
And that's where it's 50/50 debenture over however many years we want.
We can do 10, 20, or 30.
That is if we go to the complete extent of this project, or all the way or not, or part way, or.
A lot of this will depend on we don't know what we're gonna get for grant money yet, so these numbers could change and they could be less. This is if we get all the money we're asking for, which we're hoping, because they did say it is underutilized.
But 75% is just a loan, 25% is
Yep.
grant.
Yep.
But at $150,000 per year payback, that's what they're saying, that covers itself in 13 years or so.
Yeah.
As long as I know, if there's an ask here that needs to be made today, it's clear as mud. I'm not sure that
We're not making a motion to do anything
So,
yet
but you're
unless you
saying
have-
at the same time, this grant disappears at the end of December, and this is our last council meeting.
Yeah.
So that's just what my concern is. If
Yeah.
there is no ask here today, just for information, that's great. But if there's an ask, it's getting lost. I'm not getting it. So, yeah, like I said, if there's a dollar amount that we need to commit to or to add to the final budget in springtime, I'm fine to do that. But like I said, I'd have to know how much. And
That's right, we don't know that number yet.
We don't know the number yet. This is
Okay.
basically bringing it to you guys and saying, this is what we've got on the table. We're trying to get as much grant money as we can. We don't want it to be a surprise to everyone and be like, oh my gosh, we're gonna have to have all this money. The
Okay,
plant
thank
is
you.
old and it's failing, the heating system's failing, and we're doing everything we can to get as much money as we can. But at the end of the day, this is what we're looking at, is the 1.9 that we're gonna have to, we can debenture and do shorter interest rate if we do 10 years, 20 years, 30.
The engineer's gonna give us a detailed structure of, here's drawings, here's what we recommend you do, and this is how much grant money we've gotten for you. And now it's up to us to take that grant money and use our skills and our procurement and bid it out and do it the best way possible.
We won't know the granting. They're saying yesterday, we touched base with them before we came here, so we can make sure we give adequate information. They're saying could be 6 months before we hear from the government on the GMF. CEC is a little faster, but the GMF grant is such a big one that it takes a little bit longer. But they were hopeful maybe 4 months. So we can come back to you as soon as we know. It's just to come and get an exact number from you. This is shooting for the stars. Hopefully we get it. If we don't, we will go in priority of what equipment needs to be replaced in priority.
This concept was brought up at the recreational meeting, and it was suggested to us that we be here today. We're invited here today to fill everybody in on what could potentially be happening.
Shane, you got your questions answered? Okay. All right, well, thanks for the presentation. At least gives us a heads up of what's coming down the pipes here.
Thank you for having us.
And if
Thank
you guys need to email or ask me questions, reach out, just when you're looking through it.
Okay.
Right.
Someone's got high blood pressure.
Sorry, I'm going off here. Glenn?
I move to receive the Recreation Board arena plant replacement from Heather Pollard and Barry Yakimchuk on pages 30 to 53 for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Kara, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you. I think we had another Drayton Valley District Ag Society. We need to go, well, I guess it's just a presentation, so. You folks are up next.
I'm Elton Wood from the Ag Society in Drayton. This is Wendy Snow, our treasurer. You were supposed to get our president and vice president, but they were both unable to make it today, so you're stuck with me. So we asked to visit council in regards to the Lindale Rodeo Grounds. It's, I'm sure you all know where it is. It's a facility that we've rented from the county now 2 years in a row, and we host a little event there over a weekend, September 6th and 7th. It's my understanding that the Lindale Rodeo Grounds is a county-owned facility. County funds a lot of the maintenance and whatnot there. And it's a venue that should be readily available to groups and user groups and people in the community to use and rent. The problem is it's not that accessible, and that's where our concern lies. In 2024, we made arrangements with the county to rent the facility, and last minute, we got a bill from the leaseholder that holds a user lease on the facility for $750 a day requesting from us in this email. So I'm sure I don't need to tell any of you that nonprofit groups quite often don't pay rent to county-owned facilities to use and whatnot, and it's actually a policy. So that, I don't want to get into the weeds and go into all the conflicts, but that got sorted out with the county and the staff that oversee the recreational parts of that. And we thought we were good to go. And we were encouraged to, try and get a date and work with the user group that holds the lease. There was several phone calls made throughout the winter trying to confirm dates and whatnot, and it was wasn't getting us anywhere. So we went back to the recreational staff and got our date sorted out and went from there. And there was several conversations that the Ag Society would just rather deal with the county than the go-between and have the conflict all the time. I don't need to tell any of you that an event with a $30,000 budget takes lots of planning, and you don't plan it 2 weeks before you need the deal, right? So that's why we come to you today. We'd met previously with Kara and Bart and Anthony to discuss the issue. They encouraged us to come to a council meeting, so that's what we're doing now. So we were encouraged to bring a solution, which we don't really have the solution. We for years, the Ag Society put lots of money into the Omniplex, and we had what was called a right to rent agreement. where every user group had guaranteed dates every year, and it was administered by the town, and it was just so simple, right? We would like to see something like that. That's suggestion one. Suggestion two would be, and this was a kind of a big issue for many members on our board, is one user group being in charge of a county facility is very much like giving one individual the charge of all the county's rental equipment and saying, you charge what you want, you collect, you rent to who you want. And so that's why we're not really happy with the system we have now. And it's our hope that the county take it over in some regard and go with the right to rent type scenario. We've been told that the county has no desire to take over any more management of that facility, and which we see as unfortunate. But barring that, I mean, this is a county-owned facility that's had 2 or 3 leases signed on it, amendments made to those leases, without any oversight or voting that we can see from council. It was done at the staff level. And now it's our understanding that any time a county-owned property or asset is, entered into a contract, that should be a council decision. So, and offered to all interested parties in the community. So we don't want to see that, but we would like to point out that it's quite possible these leases have been granted without going through that procedure, which doesn't seem quite proper of a county-owned facility. So that's where we're at. We would like to see the system change a little bit, because unfortunately we will only deal with the county directly on this. We're not into conflict and issues and bickering and arguing. We're a 52-year-old group in the community that fundraises and raises money and supports scholarships and 4-H and every youth group and ag group that comes to us. And it's just a hassle that we feel is somewhat unfair. So we're hoping the county can bring some clarity and restructuring to the issue.
Thanks for that. As we get a lot of presentations, we usually don't make a decision right away, but you have given us information that we can have another meeting with the staff and hear from their point of view as well, and to take a look to see if there's any suggestions that might be palatable to the rest of the county. And maybe that idea you have where everybody gets a certain slot, that may have some merit. But once again, we don't make a decision when we get a presentation right off the bat.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Just so we'll have to have further debate and discussion with staff and see if there's any workable solutions that we think that might be more palatable. But that's decisions for another day, Alton.
That's great.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
$10:45, I'm on time. Okay, so Brazeau Junior Rodeo Association, giddy up. Yeah, and just like the people before you, just state your name for the record and.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I ain't good at public speaking anyway. So I'm Terrell Thompson. I'm the president of the Brazeau Junior Rodeo Association, and we are the current leaseholders of the Vendale Rodeo grounds. Ladies and gentlemen, when we speak of Western culture, we're talking about more than boots, hats, or the dust rising off the arena floor. We're talking about a way of life, built from the open range, shaped by early mornings in the saddle, and strengthened by the bond between people, livestock, and the land. It's culture born out of the ranch work and refined in the rodeo arena. a tradition where skill, grit, and respect are not just values, but daily practice. Western culture is a community that gathers to cheer on riders who carry forward generations of heritage. It is, at its heart, the spirit of the West, enduring, humble, and unapologetically hardworking. Western culture is exactly what we continue to build right here in our wonderful county, down at the Lindale Rodeo Grounds, shaping the future by investing in the youth of today. In fact, our county, home of the Western Economic Corridor, proudly promotes itself as a place where industry and commerce meet outdoor recreation and Western tradition. Commerce. Choked on that one, do it. Lindale Rodeo Grounds hosted 19 years of events before the end of a great era. I proudly stand before you sporting a buckle I earned on those grounds in 2001. Generations of cowboys alike from our community grew up there. Many events were hosted here and lifelong friendships and bonds formed. Sadly, the grounds overgrown and unutilized for 11 long years. The county was faced with the fact it would soon be a liability and need to be dismantled, the end of an era. Then in 2010, a group of county members presented the idea, rather than bulldoze the Lindale Rodeo Grounds, the grounds be preserved by our youth, the future of our county, and rekindle the Western way of life. After many long days preparing the grounds for its first event in more than a decade, the Brazeau Junior Rodeo Association was formed. Hours put forth by families and friends alike restored the ground to its former glory. Since the restoration of Lindale Rodeo Grounds by the Brazeau Junior Rodeo Association in 2011, this organization has hosted many events and learning opportunities every year with the exception of COVID year. Regularly, we welcome close to 100 members per season, all 14 and under. This is where children discover an appreciation for the sport, agriculture, and livestock. Many athletes you have watched this year at Canadian Finals Rodeo started right here in our back door at the Lindale Rodeo Grounds. Now, professional of the sport representing our national or international stage, many members have gone on to start families right here in our county and will continue our tradition for years to come. In 2016, we were joined down by the Big West High School Rodeo Association, and what a team we have made. Big West is part of a much larger organization. We're right here in Alberta. The memberships range on average 500 to 700 members each year. Proudly, every May long weekend, they host a multi-day event and award many extravagant prizes and awards. Prizes made possible with the support of our great community who feel good supporting these associations. It is a well-known and well-loved event. Since the restoration of the rodeo grounds, many upgrades and cleanups have occurred and continue to occur yearly. Restoration made possible by many members and volunteers of our organization to a countless number of volunteer hours. Why do we do it? For the appreciation of the Western way of life, agriculture, and the children that will carry on these values forward. We have secured 2 large grants in this time of $145,000, and we are actively pursuing another one to redo the perimeter fence of the arena, deepening the value it can bring to our county and its community users. This arena has been and continues to be used and appreciated by many other user groups and organizations. Lindale Rodeo Grounds have been enjoyed by our local 4-H clubs, beef and horse projects, Wildrose Rodeo Association, Alberta Bale Racing Rodeo Association, and the Canadian Senior Pro Rodeo Association, to name a few. Even the Drayton Valley and District Ag Society have hosted events down there. We wish to continue to facilitate the opportunities for others. Next year, we have already been approached by possible user groups. User groups we have never financially nor through volunteerism benefited. Now, all of you know that in this room, the Lindale Rodeo Grounds is leased to and run by the BGRA and the Big West High School Rodeo. It's been an arrangement that has worked well with many people and organizations. It worked efficiently for us because it ensured no conflict of dates and ensured the standard that our renowned grounds are continually maintained. Any user groups are to contact myself, Tyrell or Earl Thompson, for bookings. Our numbers are clearly posted on the gate, and the county is free to share this information. Email is likely the easiest way to book, but a good old phone call is just as effective. But bear in mind, we work oilfield jobs in ranching and farming. We can't always answer immediately, but we'll always return your calls. A little patience is appreciated. It was never an issue until now, and only for the DV Ag Society. Much goodwill has been shared, and all beneficiaries would support this segment. For 15 years, our relationship with the county, sponsors, neighbors, and wider community has been strong, respectful, and conflict-free. We have no issues until now. Much to our surprise, the DV Ag Society chose not to address concerns with us directly, but instead brought delegations to the county. Despite these challenges, our members and directors have built strong, respectful, and lasting relationships. Relationships that pave the way to the future of our county. Our memberships and the Western way of life, we have always worked well with others, freely giving our time, and we remain committed to doing so. The path forward is simple. Respect the process, respect the people, and respect the legacy we are safeguarding for the county. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lindale Rodeo Grounds are more than dirt and rails. They are a living testament to who we are as a community. They remind us that we come together with respect, purpose, and pride. We can revive something once thought was lost and now turn it into a beacon for future generations. Today I ask that we continue to stand united in protecting this heritage. Let us keep passing the reins to the hands of our younger riders, young families, and future leaders who will carry the Western way of life forward long after we are gone. This isn't just our history, it's our legacy, and it's worth every ounce of effort we give.
I'm not a rodeo guy. Went through baseball here in town, so we had the Drayton Valley Minor Ball, and I know that the parents, we cut the grass, we chalked the diamonds, we edged everything, made it look beautiful, fixed the benches, and slow pitch would come in. You know, at the worst sometimes, we'd have a tournament, we'd have the diamond set up for the next day game, and they'd come in and play, and when we come back, it was just, you know, it's grown men in a beer league, and the diamond was destroyed, sort of a thing, and we were back to square one. So I get what you're saying. It's two different kind of things. A rodeo, you're probably looking for something, grounds that aren't compacted hard. You want them specifically made just for your sport, right? So if somebody were to drive a tractor or do a tractor pull on it, it's going to do damage. Or if they bring in different kind of animals, it's going to be hard on the gating systems and everything else. So I get what you're saying. Like I said, the best thing that happened for us was that this Brazeau Sports Park opened up, and it moved that slow pitch out of the Drayton Valley Minor Ball stuff, and we didn't have to deal with that anymore because, like I said, those guys, we would cancel play. If it was started to rain, we have umpires, and they would cancel the game because it got too dangerous to play. But in the beer league slow pitch, it didn't matter if it was lightning, those guys would die holding the metal bat, right, if they had to. There would be nothing left of the grounds when they were done. It was just a mud pit after, right? So I get what you're saying. Like I said, it's two different things, the Egg Society and the rodeo. Like I said, I think maybe we have to find a solution for the Egg Society that. Oh, sure. Sorry if I took a bunch of time there.
You're totally fine. So those are all really valid points. And the reality is, it is a rodeo grounds. And so for the safety of the livestock and the horses and the children and cowboys alike, we have to sustain a certain standard. And so with that, the county's never been asked to work the grounds per se. That's something that's maintained by our club directly, which is why having the booking come to us is something that does work because we're able to maintain it. Our grounds are actually something we're complimented on a lot. It's safe ground. Safe ground matters.
Not
It
this
might
year,
not
rained a lot.
matter to you. You might not understand that, but safe ground's important. We need it to be able to keep the horses upright and the kids upright. And this year was something that was a challenge because we had so much rainfall. And so that's another reason that it's really effective to leave the grounds the way it is ran, because the grounds are maintained and they are usable when you come to use our grounds, and they continue to be usable weekend after weekend and week after week. And that's a contributing factor that needs to be considered that maybe not everybody would understand.
Because the only thing we get from the county is we don't have a ditch mower, so you guys just mow the grass on the outside.
But everything in the arena, which is where the
And the
action
bleachers and the
happens,
announcer booth, we maintain.
Yeah.
We take care of it.
so that's a concern. We couldn't have something like a tractor pull. There's actually lots of rodeo associations with rules in their rule books for that reason. You can't have certain events happen on those grounds, and it's for the livestock safety and the safety of the competitors.
Shane?
I drove by there a couple times. After you guys took that over, what was the state of the steel, like the corrals and that system, and have you guys done work? Has that been work that you've gotten
Everything
grants?
behind the buck and shoots.
Oh, no, you go.
So everything behind the buck and shoots, we have bought and paid for, or had the pipe donated. Corey Big was one person that donated, and Terry Leader. So like, you got the main perimeter fence.
Yep.
And then there's a return alley and and behind the buck and shoots, we had to redo all the corral system. And then there's all them self-standing panels we've gone out and bought to build the pins bigger and safer. We have all the gates down there.
So it's not just the rodeo grounds themselves, it's all of the handling facilities has been done through your...
That sits in there, we've gone and bought and paid for.
Rodeo clubs have
Both are, okay.
contributed a lot
Okay.
to the.
Carol?
Hi.
Hi.
My question would be, has the DV Ag Society rented and, well, obviously they've rented before, and for whatever purpose it is they are using the facility, does it go outside of what you want it to be used for? Have they caused damage? Is that why you're hesitant about allowing other user groups to use the facility?
I wouldn't say that we're at all hesitant. We've had a lot of different associations do a lot of different functions in the arena. There is no hesitance to sharing it. This is an agricultural facility, and we are about agriculture in the Western Way. Like, we want to promote this for it, and we want to share it with everybody. We want to bring people to our county to truly appreciate what we have here. What we have here is something that's outstanding and something you might not realize a lot of communities don't have, and it's not readily accessible. You don't often get to show up at a rodeo grounds and have a turnkey type facility, which is what we've created here, which is something it wasn't in 2010. It was no longer a turnkey. Everything is set up so you're ready to go. So please don't feel like there's at all a problem with anybody using it. I'm not actually even sure how we got here today, because that's our confusion. That is, we're all kind of surprised by this. The booking process was always kind of straightforward. I had thought a simple solution might be is we're going to need to make a booking email, and all bookings have to be made via email. Maybe there's a blanket agreement that we just pass everybody. These are the expectations, and this is how it works. And as long as the dates don't conflict with the leaseholders, what's the problem with sharing? Which has been the spirit of it entirely. We're kind of surprised that we had to come here and talk.
Just a follow-up question on that then is, so when you do your bookings, do you book a year in advance? I know if you're doing a Christmas party, for example, you should have booked that Christmas party last year to ensure that you have that venue going forward. When you're doing a major event, and it sounded to me kind of like when we were just having the Ag Society up here to their presentation, that they have an event that $30,000 event that they need to plan ahead for. So you can't wait until maybe, early spring to decide whether or not that date's available. Do you guys book a year ahead in advance? Do you have a schedule in place that way, or do you just kind of do it on the fly?
So the difficulties with that, as busy parents, and I think probably most of us are parents here today, it's a little difficult to do that only because there's a lot of contributing factors and a lot of double dipping that occurs. So our kids aren't just in a softball league, they're in several softball leagues. So generally January 1st is when all the dates start to come out, and we plan around there so that we can have the best turnouts and we can have the personnel that we need there.
And also give the kids all the opportunity to hit as many rodeos or other events that they can.
So January 1st is when it tends to happen, and people just kind of start approaching right away. We've already had people ask us, like, oh, next year maybe there'll be a time to have at the grounds. Yeah, bring us a date, we'll see. Like, why not, right? It should be shared. It's something that should be promoted. We should be excited to have this in our county, and thankful that it's going.
So just one more follow-up on that. I agree. I agree. I think any community hall or community location, land use, whatever, should be utilized as much as possible. When you engage your public to utilize those places, it also engages volunteerism, brings community together. I would rather see a community hall, and I'm just going to use a hall as an example, filled to capacity every weekend, every night of the week, for free or for $20 a night, just to keep it utilized. Having an empty building or an empty rodeo grounds that's not being utilized is not in the best interest of anybody. It becomes worn down, and when nobody's checking in on it and nobody's utilizing it, then it's not good, it just goes for naught. So I believe in cutting costs, like you might cut costs to your user groups to fill up every weekend in the summer with something that's going. Well, I thought I heard a $750 a day piece.
We've never collected any money, any financial benefit, nor through volunteerism. We've never even asked them to come back and help us. This is something that's just been readily available and shared.
Okay, okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. But yeah, I think it should be filled as much as possible, so I'd like to see you guys in January fill that calendar to the fullest. If somebody comes and says they want it for August, then you give it from August that weekend if it's not booked, so that they can plan ahead. Thank you.
I thought I recalled the county donating some money for the buck and shoots or corral system or something
That
like
was
that.
just the buck and shoots, and then, so off the buck and shoots is a strip and shoot, and that's the other piece.
Yeah, it was fairly significant, like 70,000 or something like that. Does that ring a
So,
bell?
the buck and shoots are 64, and then the lights and the announcer booth is 75.
Oh, okay, so 130,000.
Yeah, I kind of rounded up for the
140,000.
145, but yeah.
Yeah, I usually say approximate. That gives me some latitude for screwing up the numbers.
Yeah,
Okay, no, I thought, so there has been some county money.
yeah, yeah, for sure.
Any other questions? Glenn?
So if you guys, apparently on this contract, you're responsible for repairs and maintenance. So if the Egg Society does use it and something breaks, you have to charge enough to cover welding, and how much is it then? How much do you charge? Is it per day or is it?
Well,
per week,
that's
or-
what, so we've been just going online a little bit. I don't have that piece of paper with me. So Statler was 700, right?
Yeah, other
Plus other-
facilities generally charge, because then they have to assume the cost. So like Stetler has a wonderful facility, much like ours, and they charge $700 to use that. White Court has another one, another turnkey facility, if you will, and it's $750. Like, the fact that we've never charged them, the problem comes from who maintains the ground, because these tractors are who volunteers. So the people who are working the ground are actually bringing their own farming equipment down there, and they are maintained. Like that's their diesel, that's their iron, that's everything, maintaining it. So up to this point, what do we do when that happens? That's a good question, and our hope is that everyone's going to do the right thing and put it back the way it was.
But obviously, they don't have to. If they rent it from you,
Which is
if they
why
break
we
something,
should.
then they can walk away from it.
Yeah.
So
Which is why
you have to
we
hire a
should
welder to
agree.
come in, but 700 doesn't cover much with the welder. That's hardly the setup fee to get them going, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I think that 700 isn't unreasonable to rent that facility for a day, but.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, if you could structure that contract where they have to do the repairs afterwards at no cost to you, maybe that would be an option.
That would be.
So you can point out, and this is broke, that's got rutted up, this has been compacted.
Yeah, and now because of that, we have to pay for this diesel, or it has to come from somewhere. Yeah, we should be doing that. You're absolutely right. And up until this point, no one's ever complained, because what we offer is a great deal.
And your cost is the time and effort that you spend looking after the place, getting grants, fixing things. I'm just,
Yeah.
Yeah, and finding the volunteers.
Right.
It's hard post-COVID. I don't know if you've all noticed that. There seems to be way less. And yeah, it has to be, and they have to be close enough to get their equipment down there. It's a whole working component. There's a lot more to it than showing up at the playground for a track and field meet.
any other questions? Aria?
Hi, thank you. Through the chair to the podium. Do you guys require event insurance?
Yes, and that's not only just to cover us, but it's also to cover the county.
Okay, that was my first question, but I absolutely think that you should have an agreement with the things that we've talked about. My suggestion would be a checklist coming in. You walk through the people that are using your facility and you say together, okay, have them sign at the bottom, you agree, and then at the end of their event, you go through the checklist again, and then just have it in your agreement what's to be done if something doesn't quite match up on that checklist, would be my suggestion. But you guys have taken on a big feat by looking after this facility, and I think you absolutely deserve some financial payback for that. So I think the
And that's our
750.
vision.
Yeah.
Like, the checklist is the vision.
Yeah.
Let's have an agreement that's set, let's go through a checklist, let's have a set protocol. And if phoning the men that work in the oil field or might be on the ranch is a problem, let's just move it to, then email. Then we have one booking email, that's where you go. We'll respond promptly as they can.
And it's easier to have things in writing
And
to
it
refer
works.
back to, and.
Then it eliminates the he said, she said.
Yeah.
Just like a
totally.
car contract, when you rent a car, you do the same thing. You do a little walk around, check for dents and
Yes.
scratches, and then you do that on the way
Yes.
back around, so.
I
Not
just-
calling you a car salesman, I'm just saying.
I don't think I'd be good at that.
I'm just, that's just what I thought as a
Yes,
comparative,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, then it's transparent. The paper trail is transparent. There's
Yeah.
no he said, she said, we can show you what's up, right there. That'd be nice.
Okay, have you guys got everything that you wanted out aired?
Yes, sir.
We're not even sure why we're airing, but yes. Thank
No,
you.
no, it's good. It was educational for all of us, I'm sure, so appreciate the time you took to do this, just like the previous people
Yeah.
there. So we'll do some deliberating at some point and think about if we want to change things or if we want to leave it the same, and go from there, so,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you.
Take the rest of the day off. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Well, I've been late today here. It's 10 after 11, so this is an opportunity where we have public input. If there's anything that hasn't been on the agenda or hasn't been discussed, and if you want to bring the issue forward, you can bring it forward. Direct all your questions or comments through to the chair. If you've got a problem, we always ask you give us a solution. Thanks, Alton. Thanks, Wendy. So the floor is open. Come and speak your mind. Remember, you got to have a solution.
My name is Kerry Picklick. I live at Violet Grove, and I'm having a real problem with our snow removal there. I believe I spoke to you about it when you
Yeah.
came around.
Yeah.
And I just don't see, have you made any plans on anything changing there? Because I've heard a lot of different stories from the guys that are coming through all the time grading. And one says they can't push the snow off on, or salt off onto people's lawns, and some of the other people were complaining about they can't do it because of the manholes are too high.
Right.
But I'm sure we can mark the manholes, and from my place south, there are no high manholes, and I haven't walked out. I walk twice a day on that stretch of road, and the last counselor was telling me they were going to put in a walking path. But I mean, if you can't keep the road clean, what are you going to do with a walking path? You know? So I don't know what the answer is, but I mean, just get in there and cut the ice down and do something with it. Because every time I went down one time with my little plow when I cleaned off the side of the road, and 4 days later they came through there with the tractor and just covered it back up. So I mean, I'm really not happy about what's going on there.
No, I remember the discussion you had there, and I'm just not sure what our policy is when the manhole covers they are quite high there in some places.
They are on the north road going
Yeah.
east, but going south, I walk by them all the time and they're level. And is there no way we can mark them so the graders could slow down or stop there and do the rest of it? You
Those
know?
are all suggestions. We're making notes as you speak there, so that our staff can take a look at what the policy is in there and to see if there's some alterations that would make it better, because every community is a little different.
Yeah.
But
Well-
Carol's the counselor, so give her help.
Yeah, I missed her last year when she came around. I wasn't around, but yeah. And last year, it was close to spring already, and I had driven to the other little communities around, and they were all really nice and clean, and we're still fighting with 1.5 inches of ice and snow.
Because of the manhole covers?
Well, I don't know why that just wasn't done. I don't understand why we have a tractor going through there.
Well, we found the tractors were more efficient because they were smaller. You have a big grader going in there, and it's tough to negotiate
Right,
those
okay,
big
this
monsters.
this was a big tractor, but I mean, he wasn't putting the blade down all the way, and I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, he should be able to take it right down, and it's, you know, within a short time of sunshine, there should be pavement showing. And last year, I don't know, maybe just a few times, it was springtime before the pavement was showing.
Well, I think by you bringing it forward here, we'll certainly have administration shine a flashlight on it to see what they can do to make it better, or maybe even the grader operators have some ideas. You know, oftentimes they
Right.
have the best ideas because they're going over it all the time.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. Go ahead, Carol.
Carrie, can I just get you to meet me outside after, and I'll just follow up with you on that, just so I can keep close contact with you going forward.
So are you guys just sticking around to see how we perform here? Is that, okay? Yeah. All right, well, thanks to all of you folks for coming in, that's for sure. You okay? Oh. Was that my fault? Yeah, I know they are. Thanks again for coming in, folks. Nice jacket, by the way. Wasn't she the rodeo queen? She was, wasn't she? Yeah. Okay, where did we go wrong? Tech committee, terms of reference. Are we still on that one? So once again, I think this is one of those things like a workshop or whatever we want to call it, and get more information on how others do it, what's working, what's not working. I do see a value in council being there, just as an overarching sort of view. It is the most important committee we have, and it's in regards to development in our community. And the more people we have, the more economic development we have. Secondly, I see the same with the Tech and Innovation Committee, that all of council should be involved in that, because everybody wants to be ambassadors for the county. Shane.
Just back to the beginning of this when we got cut off, I think we do need to have a point of order on that. The discussion needs to be had on the referral motion right now. So if we want to discuss taking it into a workshop, I think we should do that. On the workshop, I don't think taking this into a workshop is at all a problem, and I think it is probably the best way forward. I'm not saying that we should have all council on MPC. I'm not saying we should do either thing. I'm just asking that we take it to administration to discuss it and understand it better. You know, we talked about going through all of our policies and procedures every couple of years and making sure they still align. Go through our bylaws. Do these bylaws still make sense? This is just doing that with the MPC. It just happened to be brought up right now.
Rudy.
Procedural note, Council. It's my understanding, because Councillor Bolosky attached his motion to Councillor Ekstrom's, that his would go the way that the vote on the original motion would go. So if the original motion is carried, it would mean that this would change, and you would have a workshop. If that motion is defeated, it's defeated with the workshop attachment.
So they would be, they can't be separate, they have to be together? So if we go in favor of the workshop, then we would go in favor of, okay, so how the heck do we do that?
You could remove the motion, and then we vote, and then bring it back, yeah, to a different form.
Okay, yeah. Do I have to remove my motion then? I withdraw my,
It's a motion to refer.
I withdraw my motion to refer then, at this point.
Pardon me?
Vote on that free motion, and then get it off the book.
Discussion, all those in favor? This is to remove Shane's motion. Just so are we clear on the motion right now that we're dealing with?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, that was going to be my question.
Yeah, so we're.
I'm confused.
So we're voting to remove my motion of referral. Oh, no, I don't have to vote on that. I can just remove it. Okay, so then I remove my motion.
Okay.
The motion becomes the property of the body, so we have to agree to it, but yeah, I agree to it.
Okay. All right, so we're back to the original motion about that the effective November 4th, the Municipal Planning Commission be composed entirely of members of Brazeau County. I don't know if we want to go that way. I would rather have the discussion first.
That's Dallas's motion. Do you want to withdraw your motion?
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to request council's permission to withdraw the motion.
You're permitted.
61325, yada, yada, yada.
Okay, so now does council want to have a workshop?
I would like to make a motion to have council have a workshop about the Municipal Planning Commission.
I'd like that too, but make sure you move it.
I would like to move.
No, you don't, you don't
No.
like to. I move.
I move. I gotta be assertive. I move that we have a workshop with administration about the makeup of the MPC. Is that right?
Yeah.
Does that motion make sense?
Close enough?
That's all
Rita?
right.
Okay. Discussion, Glenn?
May I? May I?
Yeah, go ahead,
Oh,
Kara.
sorry.
first.
Am I-
Go ahead, Kara.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to cut anybody off. I'm opposed. I think the makeup and having the public involved is good. And I have no issues with the makeup. I've got a lot of concerns about just members of council. I really value and appreciate and the expertise and the second sober thought that having members at large bring to the table. Thank you, that's all.
Kara, you must have some data on what municipalities do across the province.
I'm not sure I don't think RMA would have anything directly on that, but it is a mix. Just from my experience talking with other councils, it is a mix. You see different things done for different reasons across the province.
Well, we could put a form of motion into RMA to see what data they have in the background in this particular regard.
I don't believe we have any, but I can ask. You don't need a motion for that. I can just ask for that. I don't think we do, though, but.
Glenn?
So the workshops are always kind of seen, they're not public. It's kind of behind closed doors. So, and this is kind of a big deal, so I wouldn't be in favor of workshopping something like this. Could be discussed in front of, during a council meeting. We have lots of time to do these sorts of things, so we could just do it at council. There's no reason to take this into a workshop.
Carol?
Okay, so forgive me for not remembering exactly which committee it is, but I believe that if you have all of council on your MPC, then who is going to be on the SDAB, I believe? I think that's the one, because you cannot be on the MPC and be on the SDAB at the same time. So there is some technicalities to this piece as well. So just wanted to be addressing that.
That's why you take a look to see what other councilors are doing, if there is some that are out there doing exactly what we're talking about. Shane and then Glenn?
So that's the joy of the workshop. We can look at that. Will this work? No, it won't. Clearly, it must work somehow because other counties do it. Now, I don't know if that works for us, though. I don't know. But that's why we have the workshop. Now, in terms of doing things behind closed doors, we're not making decisions behind closed doors. We just need to be able to have all of the information. Maybe we can't get all the information at a council meeting like this, and we can keep pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back. But at least if we have a workshop, we can sit through everything, look at it, and then come to council and make a decision in the public. And I don't know how the FOIP rules work in workshops. There's no FOIP for that. But at the end of the day, we're still not making decisions behind closed doors. We're still making decisions out here.
Rudy?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm a little bit behind in my comments, but to catch back up to the conversation about who's doing what, I did do a survey through the Association of Municipal Administrators. I don't know if their membership includes all 62 rural municipalities or not, but I had 31 respondents to that question. 19 have an MPC just made up of councillors, and 9 have a blend of people at large and people on council. So it's done various ways.
Okay. But quite a few people actually do it with all of council. That's interesting. Do you know how they deal with the Carol's question?
I do not, Reeve. That's something that I could certainly follow up on because that most definitely is an issue.
Okay. What's that? Go ahead, Dallas.
Speaking to my green mic. Yeah, so currently the MPC is 5 members. We are a 7-member council. Only 5 are on council. 2 can be on the MPC. They don't participate in MPC deliberations, but it can work that way. Anyway, furthermore, workshops are not enclosed. They are never enclosed. So that information can be shared. That's no problem.
I don't see anything wrong with getting more information and having a good, honest deliberation. We're going to be here for the next 4 years, and by doing this groundwork up front, it'll alleviate any discussions in the future. So do we want to have more information? Well, I mean, I'm asking that in general, not specifically to you, Shane. Carol?
Sorry, I just have one more question. Are we experiencing a problem with our current makeup of our MPC? Is there a reason why we're looking to change this and to remove the public member piece of that off the committee?
No, I don't know if it's that. It's just sometimes there could be a better way that you don't know if you don't try. As we heard even from our administrator, 19 municipalities are doing it, and 9 are doing it with a mix that he surveyed. There could be other numbers that are there. So it obviously works with those 19. I wouldn't say they're doing it wrong, but I wouldn't say that the 9 are doing it wrong either that was surveyed. Sometimes it's good to look at that information. I always thought education is better. Glenn?
I wasn't here when it was originally done, MPC here. It used to be the Yellowhead Municipal Planning Commission, right? Then we would drive up there and do it. Maybe that's something we could look at, is just going back to working like we used to do with Yellowhead.
Well, there was a lot of different rules at that time. There was the Yellowhead Regional Planning Commission. I sat on that. The trouble is you get too many people from outside of your jurisdiction, and we're all different, right? Each municipality. So even though there's 19 that are doing it the way that we're talking about, that doesn't mean it's right either.
But I didn't have any experience with the Yellowhead Regional Planning Commission. Maybe just disband the MPC and just go with Yellowhead and work that way.
We did that, Glenn, and it didn't work.
Oh, it didn't work?
It didn't work because people from other jurisdictions don't have the same issues. Every municipality is unique and different, and that's why, sometimes we do comparisons. I'm not always sold on doing comparisons. I'm always sold on Brazeau is better, how we do things is better. But this is a chance to have an open discussion about it. I don't know what we're afraid of, if we are afraid.
Well, like I said, I've only been on MPC for one meeting, so I'm not seeing what the issues are yet. But maybe after a full year, I'd have a different perspective on it. And like I said, I don't have enough experience on MPC to know exactly what we're dealing with, and I don't think anyone's really given me the information I need to make this decision.
Right, so we're not making a decision. The decision is to get information for a decision in the future. And you're gonna have another 6-8 months before the next organizational meeting of experience under your belt, so you'll have that year or more advanced information. Aria?
Thank you. Just a few comments. If we're not having any glaring issues, I guess why reinvent the wheel? Also, just a thought, if maybe those other municipalities had no members at large applying, and maybe they were forced to fill those seats. Just a thought.
Yeah, I don't know why they made their decisions. I'm not gonna go down that path. Shane?
The joy of the workshop. We can find out why. And on a second point, in terms of if it's not broke, don't fix it. If there's something I've learned over the last 10 years of my life, the two things farmers hate and firefighters hate are the way things are and change. If we don't try and at least look at our policies and procedures, we don't know if there is an issue. I don't know if there's an issue. I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying I want to workshop it and look at it because these are some of the things that we should be doing. 10 years ago, you used to not use a smooth bore. Smooth bore with firefighting was unheard of. And now it's the way to go. That changed in 10 years. Things change constantly. Just because they work now doesn't mean they work in the future. Just look, I'm not asking to change it. I'm just asking to workshop it. That's all. Let's see how other people do it. Let's see how maybe we can improve it. Maybe it's not that we change the makeup of the MPC, but maybe we change the makeup of the appeal board. I don't know, but this is just the workshop that I want to do.
The whole idea is look at all the pros, right, of changing it, look at all the pros of keeping it the same. Look at the pros and the cons of each thing, and then that'll give you a scale to balance things out if you want. Or you just, at the end of the day, say, we'll just leave it the same. Dallas, wrap it up.
I'm going to wrap it up. Yeah. So in the past, we have had some problems that have undermined confidence that the public puts in us as decision makers of one of the most important boards that Brazeau County Council has. So that's why it's here. It has been broken. The system has been broken, so I'm dissatisfied with the result. Not that the two members that we have on the current MBC are not good contributors, because they are. But in the past, we have had several voids where there has been undermined confidence.
All right. Any other discussion? So the motion on the floor is to have a workshop. Any other discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
Opposed.
Those opposed here? Okay, the motion is lost. Okay. Technology, innovation, investment, attraction.
Reeve, if I may?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. We've added a little bit to this for the conversation purposes. As you'll recall, at the organizational meeting, we appointed 3 to the Technology and Innovation Committee, as we have done in the past. There was significant conversation about that being the committee of the whole as well, where all councillors could participate. So as an addition to that conversation, administration is offering to council that if it would be the committee of the whole, I wonder if it could be something that could just be dealt with at regular council meetings when topics come up. But that was the discussion that prompted the return of the terms of reference for discussion today. But it is as it sits today, it's three members of council have been appointed at the organizational meeting.
So what's your thoughts, Glenn?
I sat on this board last time, and it's a great board because we were able to pick up and go quickly. So we did end up going to visit Ochis representatives. We went to business, so like Steeper Energy. Like I said, we were pretty active, and we were able to pick up and go. With the council as a whole, it's very hard to get us all in going in one direction. And the real danger here is that, okay, something comes up and somebody can't go, all of a sudden now you have quorum wherever you're at and you're making decisions, right? And that one person or the 2 people that aren't there could get left out of that discussion, out of that decision that comes of it. So that's why it was kept at 3. They can't do any damage, but they can bring reports back and they can, like I said, they can promote Brazeau County. So I do like it as 3. I would suggest we keep it as 3. I would hate to see this abolished for the amount of work we put in to get this committee together in the first place. But yeah, I would see a problem with making this as a whole and trying to get all of us to go to a business meeting or to meet a stakeholder group on short notice time. Lots of times we couldn't even get the 3, it was just the 2. So yeah, more than often it was just the 2 of us, so.
Well, just there's a lot of principles brought up on the last motion, and if you've got principles, you should stick with them. You follow? Yes, okay. So is there any direction to change anything? Well, I know how to make you guys quiet. Dallas.
Yeah, I agree. The only trouble with not being on the TIIA committee was that we weren't informed enough. So I regret that. And I think it is, promotion of Brazeau County as a whole is the responsibility of everybody here. Investment attraction is the responsibility of everybody here. And I think the recommendation is probably the correct way to go. We can bring that stuff into public, into this council chambers, and the honest world can be the judge of what we do. I think that's kind of what we were talking about there on the last few minutes. So I'll move that council abolishes the Technology Innovation and Investment Attraction Committee, and that the Western Economic Corridor and other economic development project updates be reported quarterly at a minimum to council during regular council meetings.
Glenn?
I would be opposed to this only because I know that we had announcements with Ever. We had announcements with government, and it was quick to get those 3 people that were on that committee up there and represent Brazeau County. And it was an important part. We don't have an economic development team here, so this kind of worked in a little bit that way. It was a very valuable part of this county. It is a lot of work for staff. I understand that it's not that appealing to put these meetings together and then take notes and minutes for these meetings. There wasn't a lot of meetings, but yeah, I would really hate to see this not be done anymore.
Shane?
So we mentioned that it was hard to get even 3 members to go, so we sent 2. So wouldn't it be better to have 7 members and then send who can go? And then, I mean, I'm sure we are smart enough as councillors to understand when we might have quorum and adjust accordingly. We don't all need to go to everything. It just gives us more opportunity for maybe 2 things happen on the same weekend. We can send councillors to both.
Aria?
Thank you. How many meetings a year do they have, or is it just as need basis?
What about 4 or 5 a year?
I believe the terms of reference indicate a minimum of 4 per year.
And is that how many there was last
May I?
year?
Go ahead, Kara. I'll come back to you, Aria.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to cut Aria off. Which would you prefer, brief? I'm good to wait till she's done.
Oh, that's okay, Kara. I was just asking how many meetings there was last year attended, if anyone knows.
Well, administration said approximately 5.
Okay. Thank you.
Kara?
Thank you, Reeve. Just my only comment is this will have budgetary considerations too if we look at any changes. So more just a flag than anything.
So there is a motion on the floor. Pardon me?
That was the recommendation.
It was the one that was on top there. Any other discussion on the motion?
May I just clarification on the motion?
Yeah.
Just if it could be read out.
It says that council abolishes the Tech Innovation and Investment Attraction Committee, and that all the Western Economic Corridor and all other economic development project updates be reported quarterly at a minimum to council during regular council meetings. So it's basically making the committee of the whole the committee. Okay, you guys.
Thank you.
You got it, Kara?
Yeah.
Shane, then Carol?
So I understand it, if we get rid of it as this iteration, it would be a committee of the whole as needed.
Correct.
That's the idea. Okay, perfect.
Carol?
Just to the Reeve, I understand you had mentioned that it might be a budget change. Can you just clarify what that means? How will it affect the budget?
Rudy?
Thank you, through the reeve, to Councillor Volk. I believe the reference to the budget would be additional people at committee meetings, additional people traveling to some of these events, so the per diems would increase based on more availability of people to go. I believe that was the reference, Councillor Westerland?
Correct, that is.
Thank you.
You still want to talk, Dallas? Go ahead, Dallas.
Yeah, so when there are events in Calgary or Lethbridge throughout the province, maybe even out of our province, we don't have to send all of council. Send 2 council members, 1 council member, they report back. So we don't have to go as this giant body down to do things like that. That is cumbersome. I agree with Glenn. We don't need to do that. And when we are together as a council, because we have quorum, you don't have to worry about that. We're together as quorum a lot of the time, and it doesn't mean that we make decisions. It doesn't make that up. Sometimes we come to consensuses, but decisions happen here all the time. You don't have to be afraid of being together as a quorum. That's not a problem. It's never been a problem.
Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Kara?
Opposed.
Those opposed here? 4-3. So the motion is lost. Motion is lost.
Yeah, that was a motion in favor, and that was defeated.
4 in favor.
No, 3 in favor. No, Bart. I'm keeping the same principle you used. I'm just keeping the same principle that we used on the last one, that's all. So. All right. Council Policy 1, 106 to 110. Any changes to this? Pardon me, I couldn't hear you.
This was brought forward at council's request. We have no changes.
Glenn?
I think the intent for bringing this back was just to make the ability for councillors to get a top-up. So if they're on the Brazeau Seniors Foundation or if they're on the YRL Executive Committee, that they're able to, and I don't know how that would look, if you would just write, maybe change out our forms for next year and just put top-up, if that would be something that would work. I don't know how it would work, but maybe through the chair to our CEO, is there some way we can make a top-up work?
Rudy?
Through the reeve to Councillor Gunderson, I'm sure that that wouldn't be a problem. Having conversations with the 2 organizations in question here, Brazeau Foundation has agreed to match whatever number we have, so they would eliminate that discrepancy, and that would leave the library, and I think they're 100 for up to 4 hours and $200 for 4 to 8 hours, so we would still have to deal with that one. Library board is also at 57 cents a kilometer, so those would have to be topped up. I think we could administer that.
So when you put your time down, if you're on those committees, administration will just top it up for you and then you charge accordingly. Basically, you're getting paid the same as whether you're on any other committee. Carol?
I just wanted to thank you, Rudy, for that. That was something I was just going to bring up, is that the Brazeau Foundation had agreed to top that up. I think the only, it's really only the Yellowhead Regional Library Association that would be pertinent. And I think it's imperative that we make that top-up motion because I don't believe it's in being fair to a councillor that's on that committee.
Agreed. Are you making a motion?
I move that that administration pays a top-up for per diems for all boards that don't meet current county remuneration.
You got the head jiggle from Rudy there, so. All those in favor? Oh, discussion?
Do we need or through the chair to CEO, do we need to adjust the policy?
You could adjust the policy, but we will also act on a motion as the one that's on the floor. We would act on that. So the motion would supersede the policy in that case.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Kara, how do you vote? She left us? Oh, I see, okay. Yes, it was carried, yeah. Memorial for former Reeve Neil Norton.
So on page 12, or 112, on section 9, it says that the memorial to deceased current or past councillor, a suitable item of recognition with the location for placement, and the item itself to be determined in, with consultation with the family of the deceased. So this would be for my father-in-law, Neil Norton. He was a Reeve in 1992, but he served from 1988 to 1992 on the MD of 77. So yeah, I talked to the family and just asked them, and they all kind of jumped on the same idea, a memorial like over at the Brazeau Sports field here, just a bench.
Okay.
They asked for it to be put on the third base diamond because he did play ball he had a baseball uniform from back when he was 14 and the glove and everything. And he just enjoyed watching the kids play baseball. So yeah, that was something that the family jumped on right away. So that was my bit of consulting with that. So looking at some of the benches, and I don't think that we have to spend that, but a lot of them come in to about $4,000 for a memorial bench. So, but yeah, I think Lee Chambers had told me that there is a concrete bench that could be used as well. And he also said that there would be some sort of consultation with the Drayton Valley Slow Pitch as to the exact location, because they might not want it on the third baseline. So
What is the one here for Dave Ellis? Because that's what I envision when I hear a bench. It's something like what they did for Dave Ellis out there.
I think that's kind of what the intent is, a bench like that.
That's $4,000?
Well, the ones I looked at, the pre-made metal ones online were about $4,000. But I didn't want to tie up administrations. I just thought, well, we could just do it up to an amount of $4,000, and they can sort out if it comes in less, if they can find one for $500 or $1,000. But if just so we get this done and out of the way.
Well, there was also like AvPec was doing benches and stuff too at one time. I don't know if I'm just thinking we're close.
Those were the ones that Lee had mentioned, and I don't know the costs on those ones. I didn't have time to really do a lot of research on this. Do we want to maybe table this for another discussion?
Well, you can have administration check out some options is probably the best, right? And so check out the Dave Ellis chair. I'm using that as an example. Check out the ones that AvPec was having made or made them, you know. I'm just thinking we're close to the landfill over there.
Okay, I move to refer the memorial for former Reeve Neil Norton to administration for further information.
Discussion? Oh. Is it a conflict of interest?
It's a good one. I would have to agree with that. I don't know, so just on the side of being safe, I'm going to remove myself from this.
So disregard all his comments?
He withdrew it, I think. Did he withdraw the motion? No, he didn't. Well, then come back. Point of order. Oh, actually, you can reject the motion, overrule it.
Sure, I'll not accept his motion. So now we need another motion to defer to administration for some options. Carol?
I move to defer the memorial for former Reeve Neil Norton to administration for further options and investigation.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Does it have to be specific to former Neil Norton, and it doesn't be in general to?
Well, she already said it to Neil Norton. That should be fine. All right. All those in favor? Kara, how do you vote? Oh, okay. So that's 2, 4, 5. Yeah, that's carried. Glenn, you can come back to the council chambers.
Okay, so when it comes back, then we'll probably look at the policy holistically and change the policy, not for one person, but for
All right, community standards bylaw discussion. Shane, you new guys are just causing me a lot of headaches.
It's like to cause all the problems. So the reason I brought this forward is if some of us have noticed we're getting a lot of these complaints coming through that we need to look at. Some of them are well-founded and some of them are not. You know, I'm bringing this up because it was brought to previous council and it was brought, I think, for a good reason. We had a lot of properties in our county that had disorder, neglect, issues that needed to be dealt with, and I 100% agree with those. But I think that we have turned this from a pointed strike to a broad stroke. We're going to do the same thing, so hopefully this works this time. The whole reason I wanted to bring this up is I don't know what the fix is for this, but we do need to look at something. We've already had administration come and ask us to change how we do other certain things in terms of these I'll say problem properties. But there are properties that did need this, and they did need to be noticed and fixed, but we're getting a lot of properties that don't. I'm having a lot of properties come to me where I'm like, this looks no worse than my yard in town, if I had a yard in town. So that's why I would like, are you ready, Tina? You ready? I move that the community standards bylaw be referred to a dedicated council workshop for a comprehensive review to evaluate the effectiveness of the recent amendments that were originally intended to address specific problem properties and to address the emerging collateral impacts those amendments are having on ordinary residents, with the goal of restoring the bylaw to its intended purpose of promoting safety, harmony, and neighborly cooperation within Brazeau County.
That is all for this, for sure.
Yeah, this kind of wrenches my guts in a way that we've had these types of discussions before in the past, and it starts to boil down. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Although I see lots of places that should be cleaned up, they're a mess, and you know. But if they're an environmental hazard, we've got that avenue. The other thing is neighbors often use this as a tool to pick on their neighbor, rat out a rancher, rat out a neighbor. It's a tough call. You drive around, and if you're actually looking for a wreck or a mess, you'll find lots. Especially if you're out campaigning, because you're going right door to door. I know certain areas that it's a disaster from one end to the next, and it's like, I mentioned Halloween, it's like they put all that stuff there to scare the crap out of everybody. But no, it's just their special treasures that they like to keep. So it's a dangerous road you walk down when you start going that, because then we were at a point a few years back where we were like, well, we were quite militant, quite frankly. You know, if you put a camper inside your shed, it was no longer a farm shed. It was all of a sudden a commercial building, because you were storing something that wasn't really intended as agriculture. And so you can go down that path, and pretty soon you just have complaints about all kinds of things. Come to my place. So I guess it's just that sometimes it gets a life of its own, and the people that are looking after their places, you got to respect them, because they're doing everything they can to make it a better place in this county. and then they have a neighbor that has a complete mess. And then you go, well, how far do we go? You know, I've used the example, you know, having a bunch of old cars and stuff in your yard, it looks like a disaster. I mean, look at the disaster that's just down this road here, about a mile on the left-hand side. Complete disaster. Well, it's not actually, it looks pretty cool, actually. But it's a bunch of old vehicles in his yard, right? And I think it looks pretty cool. But if he didn't make everything else look so nice, it might be a disaster, but there are a bunch of rusty old vehicles sitting out in his yard there, you know. Glenn?
So when I was campaigning, I got lured into driving into that yard just to look at that. And I handed out my material, and it was beautiful. It's got a great looking yard in there with those old vehicles. And then I realized afterwards that's Kara's division right there. It's right on our border, so that's her resident. But it is a great looking yard. Other places when I was campaigning though, it's pretty disturbing what I've seen. But I really don't have an interest. Like I said, this is a complaint-driven system that we have right now. So, I mean, it would be really unfair. I don't want to ever get in a situation where we're sending our CPOs out and looking for messes, because they'll find more work than they would ever want to tackle out in our community. So that's why it's a complaint-driven system. And for the most part, I honestly think that if I got one of those letters, it wouldn't be a big deal to clean up the few things that they ask you to do. And I don't know, people they dig their feet in, and there's no way that they're going to do it. So I don't know what the answer is. Like, for me, it's like if I got one of those letters, I could see, sure, I'll clean it up, or I'll put up a fence or something, but a lot of them just won't do anything. And some of these cases are going on 20 years. Lodgepole just kind of got some really derelict properties taken care of with their last councillor for that area, and she worked very hard to do that. And so I would hate to see us relax on this. I don't want to go too far where we're penalizing people for every little thing, but I think we're very lax as a county goes compared to other places I've seen.
You guys ever been down Range Road 81 there, just straight west on 492? And then you go north on 81? Just where I'm at here.
Oh, you're talking the middle of
No, I'm talking right across from Lauren Fleischacker's place, just to the west. It's been like that for 40 years.
No, it's New Piles.
Is it New Piles?
New Piles.
Is it? Wow.
Yeah.
He's been a busy boy. Shane?
The intent of the motion is not to take it away. It's just to workshop it. Because right now, some of the problem properties did need to be noticed, and I acknowledge that. The problem is that we're getting properties that shouldn't have been noticed. And the problem with the complaint-driven system is it's not fair and equal. We aren't looking, we're not fixing all the problems. We're listening to the loudest individuals who have the most to complain about. Because quite frankly, you could complain about my house, and you can say, oh, it's easy, I'll just deal with it. Do you have the money and time to deal with it? Because I sure don't have the money and time to deal with everything. And like, I have piles of wood that you could say are garbage wood, but they're not garbage wood. To me, I'm using them for windboard. And when we start going down the route that I have been seeing personally, and I know, again, we're getting a lot of these good ones come through that should have been brought forward before. And I'm not saying we change it to make those not happen. I'm just saying that we need to maybe look at it and go, are we catching more than what we need to? Again, I'm not asking to change it. I'm just asking to look at it.
In the orientation, Ken, did we use the word workshop? Because
we did not, Reeve.
We have to take workshop out of that orientation thing, okay?
We can call it something.
All right, Aria.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, do we know when the last time the community standards bylaw was evaluated?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Harris, yes, just recently, to put more teeth into it and strengthen the enforcement piece. It is complaint-driven, but it is treated fairly. So once we receive a complaint, it's weighed against the criteria of the bylaw, and then we decide whether or not we will move to a next step. But it is it was changed in the spring to give it more teeth.
Perfect, thank you.
So did anybody make a motion? You did?
The motion was just to bring the community standards bylaw to a workshop to understand the implications of the changes that we made. Something like that.
Well, I'll be glad when this year is over.
It's coming soon. Real soon.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Sorry, Glenn, I mean, Shane, but you can't win them all. No, you did, and it may come up in this, in the springtime with, you know, fresh faces and a bit of a break. And we'll take a look at issues that are there. You guys have all raised good points. Ari is talking about, is it broken? You know, is there problems already? You know, things like that. So, other people have raised issues. We might just need to settle down and look at things with a sober second thought in the new year. Yes, all right. Oh, it is. Look at that. Call the meeting back to order. Where did we leave off here? We left off on correspondence. None. Okay, these are these the ones we speak to? Okay, so just when we'll go down the list here. So Municipal Planning Commission, who's speaking on Glenn?
Yeah, sure, why not? The meeting was held on November the 12th. We started the day off with the May Day flag raising. We did our orientation for MPC and met the members at large, followed by a lunch and then our very first MPC meeting. And we just had one applicant and we approved that application. So it was a good, nice, easy way to get started into MPC. The West Central Airshed Society, I missed that because we were in budget meetings. The Recreation Board, that meeting was held December the 2nd at the town office, and we elected a brand new chair, and that would be me.
December the 2nd?
Yeah, did I say, no, it was November 23rd, sorry. November 23rd, we elected a chair, myself, a vice chair. He's a member at large for Drayton Valley. His name is Lord Soa. The board received information about the ice surface maintenance and the flooding policies from a delegation. And the only change that they've really made as far as flooding goes is that they don't flood it at night, but they do the edges and then flood it in the morning just to help it cuts the cost and it actually makes better ice. They said that the ice rink is booked pretty well solid, especially right after school, but there are still some early morning spots that are free for rentals. There was a lot of talk about replacing the ice plant at the Team Auction Center. However, after meeting with the engineers, it's now recommended replacing the 1988 ice plant, including a project that would include additional makeup air furnace two rooftop furnaces, a kitchen makeup unit, an air handling unit for a total cost of $5.7 million. And as we've seen this morning, they believe they have a good chance of securing a grant with the Municipal Green Fund and the Community Energy Conservation Grant to cover 60% of the cost, as it would maximize energy savings, working out to about $150,000 a year in energy costs savings. The cost of the town and the county is about $1 million each, and to get the grants, we'd have to commit some funds. The museum is looking to partner with the Drayton Valley Hospitality Authority to set up a portable trailer washroom for the visitor center, and the cost for that's $116,000. $116,000. EPAC, Phase 2 planning update. Their initial construction costs for that were about $2.4 million, and now with the tariffs, inflation, and construction costs, it's closer to $5 million. Unfortunately, they're not able to get grant funding because they don't own the building. The county and the town own it, so they can't get a CFIP grant. So we're probably going to be looking at getting a meeting and seeing which way that they're interested in going with that building ownership. The events calendar, the Briar, a Scotties qualifier, will be held in Drayton Valley in 2027. That'll be kind of cool. It'll require a 10-day interruption for community curling, but they're going to totally redo the ice to that standard, and then also the one hockey rink, we call it the NBA, but it's the Nelson Brothers Arena. They'll install curling sheets in there as well, so it'll be quite neat. We had a 10-year regional recreational plan that was held December the 1st. And yeah, I'll just keep rattling on if nobody's got an objection. So the key points on this regional was it was word salad. It was just regional collaboration is strategically essential. Accessibility, inclusion, equity are core values. Integration of environmental sustainability and stewardship. And number 4 was facility recommendations need to be framed within optimizational goals. I had a hard time keeping up with this presentation. One of the asks was, what do you think was critical for understanding that they were looking for? What do you think is critical for us to understand from the town and county's existing planning work? So I didn't have a footing for where this was going or coming from, but from what I understand, this 10-year strategy is basically, it's consultation with the stakeholders, with the public, is what they're going to do, and that's what they'll be doing is they have a survey, they're going to put it out. They talked about what we pay into recreation compared to other places. Brazeau County spends $364 per capita on parks, recreation, and culture. Panoka is about $137. Wetaskiwin is about $174. So this group that we're getting to do the strategy, they're in phase 4, which is now the public engagement part, and they'll finalize. It's a 14-page resident survey. So when that comes out, they're just fine-tuning it. They had to remove some things off of it, and once that's they'll bring that to council for us to take a look before it goes out, I believe. But that's what else. That was on anything else here? Brazeau Foundation, no, that's it.
So my understanding is it's basically 50-50, the town and the county, with the recreation, but only 20% of the county citizens use it, same as the town. So only 20% of the people use the facilities, and the same sort of numbers are with the pool as well. So even though it's 50-50, it's not 50% of the 7,000 people, it's of the 20% of the people that actually use it. So some people like hockey, some people like swimming, some people like other things as well, but it's not utilized by all of the county.
That's kind of what this survey is going to really pinpoint, is who's using it, what do the people want. So they did have a map, and it was called a disparity map, and it showed that people actually quite far west of Cynthia are doing quite well for recreation, but there's nobody living out there. So that map, to me, and then they showed Breton was worse than the people living west of Cynthia, which there are none, but Breton had a very low, disparity, whatever that means, they didn't have much, but yet I pointed out there's lots of recreation in around Breton. They have skateboard parks and playgrounds and outdoor hockey or outdoor skating rinks. They have indoor fitness facilities, community centers, golf courses. So I didn't quite get their map, but I think I'm not really in favor of this 10-year strategy, but I understand that it's something that the community engagement part is something that is required before you do anything, and that's kind of what it is for. They just line that piece of it up for us.
Shane, who talks a lot? I mean, Shane Pulaski?
The one who talks a lot. Always the problem child. The disparity map, though, speaking of what the Reeve said, the disparity map had disparity around Drayton Valley and around Breton. Those are the two biggest chunks of disparity, according to that map. So, as you said, the people in town feel they have enough recreation, the people outside of town feel they don't have enough recreation. I'd like to see what that comes back at with this survey that they're going to be bringing out. So they have that survey, and it should be, I think, just getting a little bit of work fine-tuned on what we want, and then it'll be going out, so then we can have a better understanding.
All right. Let's carry on. Shane, did you want to say anything else there? Are you good? No, that was my recommendation. Okay. Brazeau Seniors, Carol?
Yeah, I was unable to make their first meeting as it was on the 20th at 10 o'clock, and we were still returning from the RMA. Knowing that I was going to be at the RMA at that time, I did go and meet with Denise Chesterman on November 7th and had a discussion with her in her office for about an hour and a half, just to see what's coming up and what I could do in the meantime. And so I do have the book to go through with all their policies, etc. Some of the things that are happening with the Brazeau Foundation is I know they're looking at acquiring the Ebby land right in town to do an expansion for the seniors facility, whether it be individual units, whether it be a multi-unit, different levels of care. They have lots in the work, as we saw from the Brazeau Foundation's presentation here at Council the week prior. The Government of Alberta has put their Affordable Housing Partnership Program through. Again, there's a fourth intake of information. These are for shovel-ready projects, and I'm not sure that the Brazeau Foundation is at that stage yet. So it would be nice to be able to get them to that stage quickly with the funding that's coming out for affordable housing from the Canadian government as well, that just came out on November 22nd. So looking forward to that. I'm hoping to make their next meeting, and I will be attending their seniors Christmas party tomorrow night at the lodge at 5:30 and speaking on behalf of council for that. So that's what all I have on the Brazeau Foundation.
Seminary Synergy?
Yeah, so they had their first meeting on November 27th, and we had a meeting that day, but I was lucky enough to go right from here over there, and I caught the tail end of it. Had an opportunity to make introductions with Rick Anderson, who is the chair of that committee, and also Tyvon Evans, who's the production supervisor for InPlay. The topic on that conversation was basically around in-place security program. That was what they kind of presented, and I'm hoping to make it once again to their next meeting.
Ag Service Board? Shane?
I gotta talk again. So first meeting, we did elections for chair. I was elected chair, thankfully. Really appreciate that. And Councillor Ekstrom was elected our vice chair. We got right into it with an ask that we had going into it last year, which was to bring the weed matrix and the weed maps forward to new members. We did have 3 new members, including Councillor Harris. So this was a good opportunity to see kind of what we get into the weeds, if you will, take a bad pun. Going forward with that, we did do our ASB bursaries as well. That was put through. I don't know if I should say who got those. That'll come out in the news, I'm sure. But we did award those. We had actually quite a few applications for that, which was really nice to see. a lot of interest. A big discussion was conferences, so hopefully going forward, we'll have a good idea on kind of what we can bring forward with that. And our same number of correspondence coming in as well. As far as as an addition to this, Liz did get a hold of me. Of course, the AGNO is no longer around in that same iteration. That being said, if we do donations for AGNO, it goes to, I don't know the exact, Minister of Mental Health, I believe. And then there is a separate fund for that. So it is alive, but not in the same way. So.
Thank you. Go ahead, Glenn.
Through the chair to Councillor Harris. So the weed matrix, did you find that helpful? I was interested to know, since you're brand new to the ASB, when you look at that matrix and you see how over the years, the progression, did you find that helpful, or think be a bearing on where the county stands on weeds?
I did, I guess, find it helpful. I just found it interesting, I guess, the different varieties of weeds over the years. I guess that was interesting to kind of know which direction to head in what we're trying to diminish.
But you can see the scope of the problem. It just visualizes
Yes,
it a bit.
yeah,
right?
it was very helpful visually, for sure, rather than someone just saying, you know, you can actually see it on paper. It's good that way. So yeah, I would say it was helpful.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Ari, do you want to talk about regional library, or is there any meetings?
Yeah, actually, I just had my first meeting yesterday. So it was an organizational meeting, so they voted in a new chair and vice chair. I believe that the previous chair has been there for like 15 years. He retired. So we did that. We went through and approved the budget. There was a couple new issues that I can touch on quick, but I got elected as an executive committee member for the YRL, so that was nice. So that entails an extra 6 meetings a year, but it's nice that we'll be extra involved. So the new issues that they had coming up was track directors. So they use an app. It's called the Track app. Approved in principle to move to a cloud hosting. So they're hoping that that will be successful. I guess it's been successful in other areas, so they're moving that way. And then Service Alberta, through Public Library Services Branch, announced the closure of residential Tennessee dispute resolution services offices in Edmonton and Calgary, effective January 2nd, 2026. So the email indicated that their clients will be referred to the public library for access and support, which was very concerning. They've asked the library managers at this time to track the number of clients looking for support and to track the time spent, because it was made clear that there was no additional funds for this. So yeah, that was quite interesting. So yeah, no additional funds for computers, computer support, staff time, etc. They're unclear what the volume will be. Recommended public library boards be aware that this activity will increase the emotional labor for library staff. That was a big concern, the emotional and potentially physical, because that's people in a difficult time. You know, now the librarians are having to deal with things that maybe maybe they didn't sign up for, right? So that was kind of interesting. So yeah, and other than that, I think that was all that was noteworthy. And then just moving on to the Drayton Valley Library Board, I missed the first meeting because we were in budget meetings. And moving on to FCSS, I had my orientation last Monday, and my first meeting will be on the 11th, so stay tuned.
Did you talk about District FCSS? Yes. Okay. Eagle Point, Blue Rapids, Dallas?
Eagle Point's Blue Rapids just completed their strategic plan, and I will be sharing that with council in the near future. Also, you're invited, all council is invited to snacks and visit with Parks Council Christmas open house on Wednesday, December the 10th. You've all got that invite. And they're at the provincial building, if you didn't know that, from 1:30 to 4:30. And Breton and District FCSS, we have not had our meeting yet post-election, so I'm looking forward to that here in the next week or two. And I'll be reporting back on that when that information is provided. Thank you.
All right. Kara's not here, but that's okay. Stakeholder advisory, she's not here for that one either. My meetings are really quite succinct, no meetings on any of the 4. Yeah, good. All right. That's good that you guys just showed up because I've got about a half-hour presentation here, so I can bore the hell out of you. All right. We might as well go to the delegations and we can finish up with our meeting afterwards. So, perfect timing? That sounds like not a riveting sort of answer. Yeah, good.
Yeah. He might do that.
Gonna talk about guns or anything like that, or? No? I'd love to talk to you about guns. I'm missing a few.
I've heard.
Yes, I've heard that.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'll introduce myself because a few of you don't know me yet. So my name's Staff Sergeant Ryan Hootmer. I'm the detachment commander here in Drayton Valley. A little background for myself. I'm in my 20th year of policing. Prior to coming here, I was in St. Paul, where I spent 5 years there. Then I went to Grand Prairie, and I did 3 years of general duty, like street policing there. And then I moved over to an organized crime team, which was a covert team where we targeted drug and gun traffickers. I did 3 years there, and then I promoted into here to run. Drayton Valley has a little 3-man plainclothes team. So it's called our GIS team, and I ran that here for 4 or 5 years. And then I promoted to the sergeant spot here, and then about 2 years ago I promoted to the staff sergeant spot here. So I've been here for over 8 years, and don't plan on going anywhere. I like it here. This is where I've chosen to raise my family, and yeah, we're very happy. That's me. I'll let Dan introduce himself. He's good at it, and then I'll go through what we got.
Are you from Drayton here as well, or Brett?
I'm from the Drayton Detachment here. Yeah, so I'm Dan Ferry. I'm the sergeant, the ops NCO. So came into the spot that Ryan had been in when he promoted to staff sergeant. So I'm filling as the sergeant. I started there in January, so it's coming up on a year that I've been here at the Drayton Detachment. I've got 14, coming up on 15 years service, and I actually started my first ever post was Drayton Valley. That's where I met my wife. We went on a couple of different postings since then, so I've been to Red Deer City, and I was part of their GIS team, focusing on violent crimes, persons crimes. And then I was part of the provincial investigations team, where kind of assisted in homicides and serious crimes throughout the province. So I was posted to Edmonton for a number of years before promoting to Spruce Grove, Stony Plain. So I worked at the Parkland Detachment as general duty as a corporal, and then I ran their crime reduction unit, which is a plainclothes team. I ran that for a little while before promoting back here. So it was always on the radar to come home. We're county residents, raising our kids in Brazeau County. We always knew we'd come back. So I was super, super thrilled to get this position here. Much like Ryan, I don't intend on taking any postings elsewhere. This is home for me. It really matters to me how things are done here and how well we can do here, especially for the county as a county resident too. So yeah, it's a little bit about me, and just, yeah, welcome to all the new counselors and congratulations and stuff. Looking forward to working with you, and I'll hand it back over to
Are
Ryan.
you living in Brazeau County now?
Yes.
You know you get a 30% off on your taxes.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Ryan, I don't think gets it. Ryan doesn't get it because he lives in town.
I don't live in town. We're actually both county residents.
Good.
Yeah, don't tell the town that.
No, I know.
Okay, I'll jump into my presentation. Ooh, I'm doing something here. Do I have that control? Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, the first is just a letter. It's not that exciting. So I'll just go through every quarter we update. So for the new counselors, kind of how our fiscal year runs from April 1 to March 31. So come next spring, I'll meet with council and we're going to set the priorities for policing for the next year. So this past spring, I met with the Brazeau County Council, and then I meet with the Drayton Valley County, or Town of Drayton Valley Council, and together we build priorities of what we want to focus on for the year. So this year, priority 1 was preventing and reducing property crime. And part of that is what we wanted to do is target. You'll hear me talk lots about prolific offenders. The majority of our crimes are committed by a small number of individuals. We call them prolific offenders. And so that is what we focus on for our crime reduction initiatives, are those targeting those offenders. And we can do that through a few different ways. We use covert tracking techniques, and that was one of the priorities we put on. Our plainclothes team, that's one of their mandates, is property crime reduction. And our experienced police officers have the ability to write tracking warrants and run those files. So I don't want to talk too much about that because it is a covert technique, but they had many successes this past quarter, which led to a number of arrests. And the other thing we do is curfew checks. We're behind on our curfew check goals. We've been fairly busy, and curfew checks are always something we do proactively. But we're working hard to get those numbers up. And they actually, in the past month, the officers have been doing really good. They've been checking our offenders lots. We had an individual released from custody, and within 2 weeks he breached his curfew. Unfortunately, he got released again, but that is the way. But we will continue checking because they will breach again, and eventually we will win. Community engagement is always a priority. The RCP, coming straight down from our headquarters in Edmonton, K Division wide, community engagement has been identified as a priority for the province as a whole for our CNP. So we always put a priority of being active in the community. This past quarter, which is only spanning from, that would be end of June to end of September, we did candidate parade, flying breakfast, coffee with the cops, and our community officer organized a local skate jam at the skate park. And we recently started a liaison program with Drayton Valley Thunder. Myself and another officer are the liaison members for the Thunder, so we just go over there and interact with the guys and with Jeff and Josh, and it's a good program. It's a great recruiting field for me, actually, the junior A. Lots of those kids are going to need to do something else later, so that's the selfish part of that program for me. Hey, you want to be top? The other priority we identified is drug trafficking. Second quarter, search warrants executed. We actually did a search warrant at the homeless camp, which is not a small feat because when you get into the nuances of the criminal code and of case law, trying to identify a tent is much harder than an address. So normally we write an address down in our search warrant, and that's where we go hit. But when it's a tent in the homeless camp, the officers had to do some creative writing and some creative thinking there, but they got it done. So 2 individuals were arrested with that and were charged in drug trafficking related offenses. And that brings the total of our drug search warrants this year to 5. Our goal was 4, so at the halfway point we've hit 5. Those investigations don't come easy, they're quite complex, but GIS had done 4, and then this was actually a general duty member who did the 5th, so they're going hard on drug trafficking. And the last one we have is police visibility. And this was focusing on patrols in town and then campgrounds out in the county. So this last quarter we did 23 patrols in the park and campgrounds and 32 patrols in the rural campgrounds. That includes going out to the ATV rally and then just floating through just all the campgrounds out as we kind of do the circle out and around. All right. And the rest, those are you guys can scroll through that in your own time. Those are just all the different committees and things we do and meetings we do. Don't need to go through every one, but if you're ever curious, take a read through that. We sit on lots of different committees, lots of different meetings. Okay, I'll go through this quick, and then I'll go, I think I got another slide that sort of shows it a little more. So these are, when I look at these, you say 8 established positions. These are provincial positions. These are your positions. So right now we have all 8 filled, which is an anomaly within the province right now. Lots of places are running really short. We do have some vacancies on the municipal side. But currently out of the 8 positions for you as the county, all are filled. And then your detachment support, you fund 2. We have 7. You fund, the province funds 2, which comes through Brazeau County, the billing. And they are also both filled. Flip through these stats. If you have any questions about specific stats, you can let me know. There's another page that makes it a little easier to digest than all these numbers, and that's this one here. So we've had a good year in Brazeau County. So this is from January to October, and this is comparing our numbers this year to last year. And you can see persons crimes are down almost 20%, property crime is down 35%, and our total crime is down 25%. We were really up last year. So this is bringing us back into numbers where 2023 we're back kind of into that normal numbers. We have been going through a crime spree here lately, especially with stolen vehicles. We are almost getting one a night. Lots of those are from the municipality though, and it's not captured here because they're stolen out of Drayton Valley. But we are working hard at deterring that. We've had some good arrests and good files. There was an individual on a quad that was arrested. There's a video that was released on that. That individual had been in town 2 weeks earlier in a stolen truck, so just because he's on a stolen quad doesn't mean he doesn't have stolen trucks. And it was suspect in multiple truck thefts. We had another air surveillance incident over the weekend where we spiked an individual and arrested them with the help of air support this weekend. So that's 2 weekends basically in a row that we've had air support and captured 2 prolific offenders. There's some more to go. Almost everybody's out right now. Those 2 have stayed in jail. Yep. There's a few more left to go before we get a hold of that. But we'll continue working on that. So that's just a really nice snapshot. That one makes it easy to read. Yeah. I'm curious to see whether the recent crime spree in the municipality there will filter over into this, and we'll see that number kind of like the crime numbers come up a little bit in the next couple months. But or as these stats are up till October, so October was a busy month, November was a busy month, so we'll see what they do in the next presentation. But lots of it's still just occurring in the town of Green Valley. So this is for all our new members of council. I'll just kind of walk through how our detachment is structured. So Drayton Valley Detachment falls under the Western Alberta District. We are part of, the province is broken up into 4 districts: Central, East, West, and South. And Drayton Valley is the corner of the West. So everything that bordered us to the east is actually Central. And then out to the west, Edson borders us, and up to the north, Evansburg borders us, and they are all part of Western Alberta District. So I report up to the Western Alberta District Management. In Drayton Valley, the detachment commander is a municipal position and is in charge of basically the chief of police here for the detachment. As we roll down, you can see we have detachment supervisor is PSE. That is one of your positions. They supervise then all the different MEs and PSEs. With PSE is a public servant, ME is municipal employees. So we have 4 town of Drayton Valley employees as admin assistants at the detachment, and then we have 3 public servant employees. As we scroll down, you can see we have, reporting directly to me, we have our operations NCO, which is Dan. He's the sergeant in charge of all policing operations. He's a provincial spot, so he's paid for by you as the provincial. And then we have, reporting directly to me as well, the GIS supervisor. That's a Corporal Turner. And we move down, our detachment is divided into 3 teams. So we have 3 corporals. That's the next line below the operation. You see rural detail supervisor, municipal detail supervisor. Those are all corporal ranks, we called it. And then each one is divided into watch 1, 2, and 3. So each individual kind of supervises their own crew, and then they work as a team as the schedule rotates through. So one watch has 5, the others have 4. That 5th position is rarely, there's 22 positions, we are rarely full. So that's almost like a flush position. If we can run each watch with 1 and 4, we're really happy. Right now we're running at about 1 and 3. Just with some vacancies, some parental leave, we are down to about 1 and 3. And then on the right, we have GIS. You can see it has a supervisor, that's a municipal position, and then an investigator, that's a municipal position, and then it has an investigator that's funded by you yourselves as the county. And that is our plainclothes team that does our proactive projects. And then right at the bottom, we have the community school resource officer, and that is a funding model that's split between yourself, the town, and Wild Rose. And I think I believe we've gone through with the funding for, and you guys just agreed to fund extra dollars for now Star Catholic to have some SRO time, which I appreciate. That will be well used. Star Catholic, we'll see where that goes, how much they need, but that is something they came to us and requested. Originally, they opted out of the SRO program, and they have seen the value in it and asked for that. So, yeah, we'll get some good value out of that. And that's it. That's all I got. I will take questions.
What's the meaning of life?
Isn't it pie or something?
Glenn?
I'm curious about the community engagement, just because everything I've tried has been a bust. Have you guys found something that really gets a hit and draws people in for community engagement?
That is tough. Yeah, like our community engagement is largely us going to
where people
events,
are. Yeah.
Where people are. I do run, and I will have one for the county. Actually, our county, we call them like open town halls, open houses, town halls, kind of similar thing. Last year, I did it with county at your council town hall. I joined in and did it there, and we had pretty good engagement. I've done that for the municipality and had 7 people show up. So it's, I don't know the answer to that question. I actually find, to be honest, in that I've had better engagement when I've done them in Tomahawk, and it's smaller community, tighter community, and when something's going on, you almost get more engagement because people are more engaged in that community, I think. I mean, you can hide in the masses and nobody really cares. So though there's way less people out there, there'll be more people at a town hall than in Drain Valley. So I think that's cultural, but yeah.
Thanks. Great presentation.
Awesome.
Take
Thank
the
you.
rest of the day off. Your new guy there, he can take the day off as well.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thanks again. Watch out for those guns, eh? All right, we've got, are you folks here for? 1:15. Oh, the 1:15. I guess we're a little late. Okay, so come on forward. Thank you. Holy shit.
Oh, sure, thank you. So they'll open it, and then it'll probably be present. Okay. This is only their second, so, yeah, and new counselor, so.
Okay.
It'll be a bit rocky, but it's okay.
That's okay,
That's all
we'll go with it, no worries. Thank you.
Oh, okay, so I have a strict guideline that I have to follow as well. So, okay, so you folks are gonna, give us a breakdown, of the order to remedy. What's your names?
I'm Courtney.
I'm Colton.
Nice to meet you.
So I got Contravention, Cruz, and Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, I would think that should be hearing from administration first. They usually go over things.
We'll just sit down here.
We need a motion to go in.
Thanks, Tina.
Okay, no, all right. I will start. So in front of you has just been handed out a largish package with rainbow tabs, just to help provide some context from the county's perspective of what has occurred for file 24C 010. So the history of the file starts on page 2 through 13 on the table. I'm not going to touch on everything, but I will walk you through kind of some of the highlights and the appendices included. There are a number of appendices within this document. So a complaint was received in October of 2024, and a site visit was completed November 13th, 2024. The first notice letter was not mailed until December 30th of 2024 due to the delays with the Canada Post strike. This notice letter is attached in Appendix A, which is pages 14 to 24. In January, there was discussions with a representative of the then landowner, so I'm going to say previous landowner, about the cleanup requirements, the deadline, getting quotes, and the cost associated with the cleanup. So when we realized who the landowner was and where they were located, the notice letter provided some history on the parcel, because it was taken over, as well as provided 3 contractors who were local who could help support the cleanup. This isn't always how we approach a notice letter, but since they were not local residents, we provided this service and options forward to them. So on February 20th, Brazeau County received a call from the concerned landowner requesting a status update and informing the county that the property had been listed for sale and provided the MLS number. A site visit was completed on February 25th, and a warning letter was mailed on March 6th, 2025. This is attached in Appendix B on pages 25 to 39. The warning letter was mailed by registered mail, so we could ensure that they received it, and we got that confirmation on March 7th. Within the warning letter, Brazeau County stated that we understood the property was listed and that it was the expectation of the county to be transparent with any potential buyer about the cleanup requirements and that the property was not in compliance with the community standards bylaw. Throughout March, Planning and Development received phone calls from the representative for the landowner, where the county reiterated that the information must be disclosed with potential buyers. The representative also provided information that they had received quotes and they were being reviewed for the cleanup. On March 13th, the county received a call from the purchaser who had already put in an offer on the property and was looking to get information on the cleanup requirements based on the discussion that they had just been informed from the seller about the warning letter. The purchaser stated that the possession date was March 27th and a trailer had already been booked for April 26th. They were aware that there was what the property looked like from some of the pictures and that some work was going to be needed, but they didn't know about the enforcement file. By March 21st, the disclosure information had been provided to Brazeau County, and the county released information about the history of the concern files on this property and about the previous notice and warning letters. March 27th was the change of ownership. April 8th was a phone call with the current landowners that they were going through the property and assessing what needed to be done so they could come up with a plan. They stated that they were limited with the trailer that they had, and also they didn't want to overload the transfer station. So reviewing what was on site and making a plan. A site visit was completed on June 26th, and a final warning letter was mailed was mailed shortly after. So that's Appendix C, pages 40 to 52. The letter was mailed to the address on file with the county. On June 17th, the Community Standards Bylaw was amended to Bylaw 1210-25. The only major change to this bylaw was removing vegetation and tree considerations in agricultural land, so it wasn't a major impact on this particular file. June 30th, the current landowners came into the office after receiving the letter. There had been a delay in getting the letter as it went to the previous address, since they had not been able to obtain a local PO box. Appendix D on pages 53 to 61 was submitted on July 4th by email showing the work that had been completed that could maybe not be seen from public view, and what the property looked like and what was required. Please note, you will see some white blocks and kind of blurred out. We chose to block out people in those pictures because they were provided to us, but not necessarily something for public viewing. So for privacy reasons and consideration of the members in those pictures, you'll see white blocks just for privacy reasons. So with that, an in-person meeting took place on July 16th. At that meeting, the current landowner shared the updates of what they had been doing, that the previous owner had not disclosed the cleanup requirements until about 10 days prior to possession. Staff did note that the bylaw and policy had recently been changed. So there is a bit of a typo in that table that you're looking at. The PD policy 17 wasn't approved July 17th, it was approved July 15th. So we already had that information before the in-person meeting with what those changes had been. However, staff was discussing that with a confirmation of plans and schedule, we would be looking to provide additional extensions for the work to be completed. We also discussed that correspondence could be emailed to mitigate the issues with Canada Post and the traditional mail system. During that, we would discuss the number of transfer station and waste facility visits. We were able to track the transfer station logs, so staff said that they would look into that. And we also did note with the policy change that once it went to an order to remedy, the issue, there was no longer the ability to offer extensions to that. So once an order to remedy is issued under the new policy, that was kind of our stop end point. The updated PD policy is attached as Appendix K on pages 131 to 143. So that's at the very end of the giant package that you've been provided with. On July 23rd, a written plan and contract of equipment was provided to Brazeau County. That's attached as Appendix E on pages 62 to 64. And then a confirmation of the plan was provided back to the landowner on August 1st. So that schedule was provided of what the work plan was, with an anticipated date of having it cleaned up by the end of September. On August 12th, the county received a call from the concerned landowner to ask for an update. Staff let the caller know that it was moving through the steps within the county's policy and that there would be no follow-up until the deadline provided to the landowner. On August 20th, the site visit was completed. Following the site visit, there was a discussion with the Chief Administrative Officer and Director of Community Services, and an extension was granted until September 30th based on the information provided by the landowners. On August 28th, a final warning extension letter was emailed as per the July meeting discussions to the landowner, and that letter is attached as Appendix F, pages 65 to 81. The confirmation of the transfer station visits were noted, along with the written plan and proposed cleanup completion provided by the landowner. The letter noted the improvements that had been made on the property and the outstanding items still needing to be completed. In September, a call from the concerned landowner was received where they expressed their frustration with the county continuing to give extensions and not seeming to enforce the bylaws and rules that the county passes. The caller stated that they would like to see the property cleaned up as it has impacts on their property and operations. October 1st, a site visit was completed and a discussion with the CAO, or Chief Administrative Officer, occurred. It was determined at that time that the file would proceed to an order to remedy. On October 17th, the order to remedy was hand-delivered to the property. The gate was closed, so it was left at the gate by a community peace officer. This order to remedy is included as Appendix G on pages 82 to 114. The order outlined what was outstanding and needed to be remedied and provided a deadline of October 31st. On October 22nd, there were phone calls and email correspondence with the current landowners about the order to remedy, and provided that the current landowners, there was some information exchanged there for the current landowners and how to follow up to request a review by council. That was received by the landowners, Appendix H on pages 115 to 117. On October 24th, the concerned landowner followed up and asked for the status update. Staff stated that the file was moving through the process and that there was a deadline provided and a chance to request a review by council based on their rights provided in the Municipal Government Act. October 27th, a notice of council review was emailed to the current landowner, Appendix I on page 118. And as a follow-up to this process and to provide council with somewhat updated photos, staff completed a site visit on November 24th and provided a selection of the site photos taken. The sun was not in our favor that day, so we did our best to get site photos from public view, and they are provided in Appendix J on pages 119 to 130. So page 13 of the report does provide additional information on the process, but that concludes the information being provided by Brazeau County, and we will allow to move forward to the applicant if you would like. And then we can do questions after both parties.
Thank you for breaking everything down there for us.
Yeah, thank you for allowing us to speak on this matter.
Yeah.
We're new to the county, as you can tell.
Yeah.
We just moved here in April. We found the property. We've been looking for a long time for an acreage, and we found, this one that needed a bunch of work, and they listed it pretty well with nothing, no information, no foresight into this whole mess that we're in, but here we are. We viewed the property with our real estate agent, and she showed us around, and she explained there's a lot of garbage, and are you guys ready for this? So we said, well, the Lord put us here for a reason, and it's probably to clean this place up. So we, feverishly put in an offer because things were moving fast in this county and in every county in Alberta at the time, and you had about 3 days to act. So without much foresight, without much contact from the bank, which we feel they should have maybe let us know on this, right? But anyway, we put in our offer, and we kind of planned to get this place and, got the whole house, got the whole garage, got pretty much the whole property just to get it livable for us and our kids. So anyway, the first day we get here, we come through a big snowstorm. We have to shovel our way into the whole driveway. It's immovable to the snow, but we get through it, and we start gutting the house because the house was, well, if you looked at the property, you can imagine how the house was. There was no running water. There was no hot water tank. The septic was all backed up and broken.
There's no insulation.
No insulation. The animals had been living in the base or under the trailer and just needed to be gutted. And we started painting the first night we were there, and we rejoiced. We felt like we finally had something we could work on. So we started working on it, and a few weeks into this process, we got some mail from Courtney's dad. We couldn't get a mailbox here because of the Canada Post strike, but anyway, we got our mail shipped down to Drumheller, and then he brought it up. He didn't want to open it, so he brought it up to us, and we look at it the one day when we're there working away, and we find out this whole ordeal, and we start making plans to get this done quicker. We need to get this moving. So I quit work, and we together just went every single day. Every day the dump was open, we took a load. Every chance we got, we took a load to this dump. We've taken around 1,200 tires off the property. We've dug 7 holes with all the work that goes into that. So we've dug 7 holes, and we've gone through all the plastic. We filled a 35-yard bin full of plastic, as much as the people that haul it away would let me do. We took away about 13 mattresses.
Stoves, like about 20 appliances that we
Yeah.
had to we can't just get rid of that at the transfer station.
Yeah,
So
we
we
had
had to
to-
properly dispose of the plastics and the appliances and stuff. So just sorting through a lot of the garbage has been a lot of work, and it'd be nice if we had $10,000 to just go and rent equipment and just deal with it all that way. But we had to do a lot of it by hand, and so again, pulling out the plastic and just separating it so that we can burn what is burnable and dispose of what is not burnable. So, yeah, it was a lot of work. I wanted to also just, if you guys, if you look in, I think it's Appendix D with the pictures that have the whited out areas, a lot of these they're the before and after pictures, and so this is like garbage you can't see from the road, right? So I know that the pictures from the road, they show, large trailers and stuff which have been disposed of, but you can see like the work that, like, this is all handwork, that we just had to, all of this garbage that we had to move by hand in order to just get the property around our house cleaned up for our kids so we could have,
safe place.
There's, windows and stuff that were broken. We had to clean up all the glass and, shed that had been demolished by the previous owners, just full of garbage. Most of that we were able to take to the transfer station. And so, that's the after picture of it being cleared up, that whole area. And you can't see this from the road, right? So this is extra work, that you can't see from the road.
Yeah. Kids were hanging out and playing all over the yard,
Yeah, see, all of that is gone, right? And we had to, and there's appliances, there's car parts, like.
Grown with 5 years of grass in between it, so.
And when we first looked at the property, this is all covered in snow.
Yeah.
We knew that it was gonna be bad, but we didn't know how bad it was gonna be. And as the snow started to melt, we were like, whoa, this is a lot to, take out of the property and stuff, right?
But,
And,
we figured we'd have a couple of years to get this place to,
Yeah.
what it used to be.
when we took possession, we understood that we were taking on quite a large project, but we thought that we would be able to kind of, over the next year or two, kind of get it back to, we plan to get married out there and have our wedding out there. So we had every intention to, restore the property. That area beside the garage and in front of the Quonset there was a sea of garbage, hip high. There's nothing there anymore. That is all removed, right? And like that's not shown in the county pictures because you can't see that from the road,
Well,
right?
It's only been from the road there.
In this picture too, those 3 first buildings have been disassembled and taken down. Yeah, those 3 are all completely removed as well. All that garbage has gone out of there too, right?
And the Quonset it's got bones that are good, so we're trying to salvage as much of it as possible.
We plan to retarp it.
$30,000 Quonset, we don't want to just take it down.
So the tarp is removed. That one shed's been taken down there too. So we do plan to retarp the Quonset, and because it is like the structure is in good shape, and we'd like to be able to have a place to store equipment and stuff eventually. But yeah, all of that garbage around there, like that was all had to be removed by hand, and a lot of it as well. I know you can see like further on, if you go to, I think it would be Appendix J, sorry. Now you can kind of see, this would be page 120. I'm not sure who's controlling the computer, but it's not me. Sorry. So you can see now that we have a lot of piles throughout the yard.
But those are our burn holes because they had to be so many. We figured around 2 in the beginning, and then as we started filling burn pile after burn pile, just 10-foot wide holes, or 15 feet wide holes, 10 feet deep, and they're heaped with 15 feet of wood. The amount of wood this man had stored in the grass was insane. Once we started digging it up with the equipment, it doubled, if not tripled, on how much we were actually going to have to burn. And just separating the wood from plastic, because what it is composed of is old campers. So
Yes.
he was pushing the camper bodies off of the frames and hauling the metal away to get money, but then just leaving the campers there. And then he had, in one of the pictures, there's a grain truck, he had filled it. Well, we've been, blessed with strong backs,
Yeah.
and it's just
And if
something
you
we
compare
wanted to
that
do,
picture to
save this place. Taking down the buildings by hand has been a little bit of a labor of love, so I'm trying to salvage as much of the wood as I can and put it on pallets because they're all rough cut 2x6s, and everything in there is good for the plywood on the outside. So I've taken down 4 outbuildings so far, and I plan to build myself some new ones in the next spring when we have a chance, because we plan to have some pets eventually for the kids, and chicken coops and stuff like that. So if I got free lumber that's all really nice shape, I'm gonna try and save as much of it as I can.
Yeah, so now we've got piles, I think in the front, or in
Yeah.
this section of the yard, I think we have 6
Which,
piles.
the reason, as you
which-
can see in the picture, we haven't got any snow this year.
It was
so-
very dry, right? And so now we've got snow. We were quite busy last few weeks, but we plan to light these on fire now and burn all the wood, burn the piles down, and then the dirt, we can just kind of push it back in to refill the hole in the spring, though. We'll probably have to wait till the spring to bury the holes again, right?
In
So-
talking with one of the men from my Bible study, he's offered to bring a dozer out to re-level the yard after when we're done. So we've got more plans ahead for that have yet to come to fruition. So
yeah,
we're working on it. If you can kind of see in the picture, we've taken about 1,200 tires. We still got about 700 to go. So it's just they don't accept the ones with the rims, so it takes a little longer to get them off the rim.
It's a lot of work.
Taken away.
Yeah. So all of this to kind of say that, like, we do really care about restoring the property. Like, we absolutely want to get it to completely pristine condition. That is 100% our goal. We just obviously we missed the deadline. The final warning had been extended to September 30th. In my email, I had said we hope to get the majority of the property cleaned up by the end of September. I feel like we did get a good majority done. I know we're not done, and there's still quite a bit to do, but we're hoping today to have a little bit like of an extension to get that area of the yard, all the holes filled in until it probably is realistically. I'd like to say we can get this done in 2 weeks, but realistically, it's not going to be done probably until sometime next year, right? And I know that is not what you guys want to hear, but we just
8 months is
yeah.
a little bit short time, just because we didn't know the house was going to need a full gut. I had to replumb PEX and ABS under it because the animals had destroyed it, and then we had to re-insulate it and
all new
reskirt it.
skirting around it, and
and the
gravel to level it all out and adjust the drainage issues.
When the garage had 1.5 foot of manure in it because they were using it as a barn for pigs.
Everywhere you turn on this property, it's like, oh, there's another 4-5 days of work, and it's just.
And we were lucky and blessed to have 20 of our close family members come out and help us do a big roundup, and that's a lot of the strong backs that filled the bins and helped us with sorting through the plastic, because it was a mountain of plastic. When it's indiscriminately pushed into piles, to the point of the outbuildings are in great shape. The only issue with them is he's got angry and went with his tractor and poked all the corners. So now they fall into the category in the outline of their buildings that aren't repairable or out of
in disrepair.
It looks bad from the road, I like to call it. So, yeah, and we didn't know apparently our neighbor isn't real happy with it. We've tried to talk to everybody.
We
We've
thought
tried to
all
say,
of our
"Hey,"
neighbors have said they're so happy with the work we've been doing and stuff, so we weren't aware that they were continuing to make calls over the last couple months, because we have been in contact with them. One neighbor, his cows were in our yard a few weeks ago, and like he was really friendly with us and grateful for what we've been doing and stuff. So yeah, it's just
have to go stop by and say hi and God bless to a few more people, I guess, and see where we get. But I imagine if we were able to find a way, it's the way it's been bouncing around in my mind is if you were in the market for a new car and you went out and bought yourself a nice new car, and then one of these wonderful police officers pulls you over on the way home and he says to you, "Hey, the last guy had a DUI, so hop in the back of the car. You're going in for a DUI and driving without a license." And that's just like, oh man, I would hope that, with the want to clean this and the want to fix it and the want to remedy that, there would be some leniency in that. It was the last guys. A lot of the last guys' 10 years of mess. Hard to say if it can get fixed in 8 months. So, especially when we didn't find out that it was this much of a problem until July or so.
Well, that was right before we took possession. We found out that there was an order to clean up, which we didn't really understand what that meant. Like, what does it mean to, like, how much time do we have and stuff, right? But it wasn't until the end of June that we were like, oh wow, this is like going to be a really, like, we need to get on this kind of thing, right? But yeah. So yeah, I don't know. We're grateful to be here to be able to kind of like present some of our side of things to you, because I know when you're just looking at the pictures and you're reading the reports and stuff, it can be like hard to kind of like really grasp what is going on with this property, and especially I know the previous owners probably left a really sour taste in anybody who has had to deal with them. Like, yeah, it's
Just cleaning up after them, it's kind of made me go, I feel like these people needed some more prayer in their life to be a
They
little,
needed something.
Something, yeah, so.
Yes.
Well, faith has brought us a long way with it, and we're just blessed to have 15 acres that's our own. Like, in this economy, it's pretty hard to first-time homeowners buy something like this. Like, the only reason we got it was because it needed so much work. So it's going to be hopefully a labor of love. But even to get somebody in there to clean it up, like we would have maybe planned that if we had known into our mortgage, but it was so much after the fact that we had already bought it in our minds. We were already there fixing it by then, so yeah.
Yeah, it was.
And we planned to use what we had of our savings. That's why I stopped work, and we dumped as much into it as we could. But at some point you got to go back to work. And after about 8 months, it starts to get running out of everything. So you got to get back to work and then start saving again. So next spring we can hopefully get married there. So.
Any questions? Glenn?
So really, it was March 13th of this year that you started making phone calls about the property, about the letters and stuff, so. Yeah, Alex, welcome to Brazeau County.
Thank you.
We're excited to be here.
So, yeah, like I said, I get it. There's been cases where people have bought properties without being completely made aware, and I think our staff had tried to make that with the last landowner they were expected to be transparent with any potential buyer about the ongoing cleanup requirements. So they did their job to try to get that done. I appreciate what you guys are doing. To just be able to haul things away to the dump and not hoard it, that's key for me, that you understand that that's the way things are done. I am okay with this taking until next year. My only real big concern is that we have a number of other properties you might be interested in purchasing and cleaning up. So I'll get those to you, and then
Putting them to work, are you, Glenn?
It sounds like we got a gold mine here, so we do. We've just been election campaigning, and I've got at least 5 properties that I've kind of got earmarked for you too, so I'll keep in touch.
Maybe that's our next project.
Yeah, and if you have people that need help, let us know. We're always willing to help people and
Glenn always likes
make
to
this
donate his
county
time.
a little better, right?
Shane?
So Colton, we've talked several times on the phone. I've actually been up to that property previous to you guys purchasing it, and it was not good. It was to the point where we couldn't drive a fire truck in. We actually had to back our way out because we couldn't turn a fire truck around in there. So it was really bad. And I did drive by campaigning, and the work that you guys have put into that place is astronomical. I also purchased a home for almost nothing because of the condition, and I'm only lucky that you can't see it from the road, because I would have been in the same boat and I wouldn't have had the same support to do that.
Making a note of this, are you, Ken?
Yeah.
I mean, really?
You can come look at it later. No. I will say that I'm sick that you guys even had to come in because of the amount of work that you guys have done. And it's evident. It's evident the amount of work you've done. And the fact that things are the way they are, that you had to come in and justify the amount of work you've done, I don't like that. But it is what it is, and I appreciate the time that you guys took. So thank you, and again, I appreciate all the work you've done. And a note, when I did talk to them, what you said to me just floored me. If anybody else needs help, we're in the middle of this dispute with the county trying to get this cleaned up, and yet you're still willing to go out and help other people. So I think that's amazing, and I appreciate all the work you guys have done. Well.
He's new, but he's getting good at fluffing pillows.
That's half the job.
Carol?
Thank you, Reeve. Actually, through the Reeve to administration, could you tell me if there was a remediation order on this, like an order to remedy on this property before? How did it get to where we are now? for this young couple to purchase this and have to take this on. How did it get that far?
So through the chair to Councillor Volk, there was a previous concern file on this parcel. It was initiated in 2019. It was closed with conditions in 2021. Unfortunately, closing a concern file with conditions is not a typical thing that is done. It's not as enforceable under the law if conditions aren't met, because there is a process with orders. That's why administration has kind of been so stuck on making sure we have a good policy and a bylaw, because that's what the courts are going to look at. Unfortunately, at the time, again, kind of back to our previous discussion earlier today about policies and bylaws, the policy in place was that it had to be visible from public view, from the road. The previous landowner built a, we'll call it fence, out of pallets to block the view. So it was, I think, 2 or 3 pallets stacked high to block the view from the county road of what the mess was behind. And that was deemed by the current policy to have remedied the issue that you could no longer see what was going on. And then the condition was to apply for a use of running a business. As you can see from the pictures and basically what they have described as well, it was leaning towards a scrapyard. Unfortunately, it's really hard to prove what type of business somebody's running. We've learned that here in the county. So we had looked at a couple different options based on the information we had received as administration as to what business it might fit under. So that was the condition, was to apply for the business, but it got stalemated. And again, an enforcement can't really have conditions. That's more of a development permit kind of level of things. So the file ended up closing and it got reopened when there was another concern brought forward. And again, that's a little bit of the delay between the October concern coming in and that site visit occurring, is we were doing research into what had transpired on the property, what was deemed okay and appropriate, had the bylaws changed, had the policy changed, where were we from an enforcement point of view of what we could do. And then just before going to the site visit, we found out that the property had changed to the bank. So that was the previous landowner. As you can see on the notice letter, it was addressed to the bank. And then these landowners here took possession in March. So that's kind of the situation that has gone on. Again, because we are complaint driven, we cannot do anything until we receive a complaint. Once the complaint is received, that's what initiates the process. Did that answer your question, or?
Go ahead, Carol.
It does. Just one follow-up question to that. So were the pallets removed? And is that why we can now see the property? And is that why the complaint was driven that it was okay now to put the order to remedy?
So through the chair to Councillor Volk, yes. So in the transition period between the landowner who originally had it, the interim bank landowner, these individuals, there had been a decent amount of cleanup effort put forward. We were also looking at and reviewing our policy at that time of what we could include. We also had a phone call from an environmental peace officer. They had been called in from the provincial level with concerns of environmental contamination. These were a lot of trailer bodies, car bodies, right near a wetter area, whether it's defined as a wetland or not, I'm not going to touch, but a wetter area, and there was concerns about whether contamination could be leaching, those kind of things. So that was the first call. We can't take a complaint from a provincial agency, we can assist with them, and then we received a complaint from a landowner, which initiated ours. But the pallets had been removed and there had been some work done. We did have photos, I think they are in appendix, let me just give me a moment here. If you go to page 20, you'll see that we provided an Eagle View export of what the property looked like in May of 2024. This is internal data that we have and aerial imagery. So you can kind of see a little bit of that pallet fence down in the bottom corner if you just look up kind of from where the page numbers are. but that had been removed and it was visible from public view.
Took a lot of effort to build that.
I'm sure it did.
So,
Your father would know.
so just- good you guys still have a sense of humor. Because this is a disaster, wow. So we've got lots of options that we can do. I'm just not sure, obviously want cleanup to continue. But I don't know if we want the heavy-handed. And are we out of time on this particular? Because it says we've got 4 choices: to confirm the order, vary the order, substitute the order with alternative options, or cancel the order if deemed unnecessary.
So correct. On page 13 are those options listed out. Those are based on section 547 of the Municipal Government Act, which provides you with the authority to do any of those things. So confirm as it is written, vary the order, substitute the order, or cancel the order. Just a reminder that the decision must be made in the form of a resolution in a public council meeting, whether it's this council meeting or a future council meeting. If it is being deferred to a later date, we do ask that a specific date be chosen. If there's any questions on the process and procedure.
Before I forget about it there. Your light's been on for a little while there.
That's okay, thank you. Through the chair to the podium and the presentators, I just want to sympathize with you. We moved on to a property not quite this bad, but we've lived there for 3 years and we still are continuing to clean up. So I completely understand that it takes a village and a lot of money and time. So I just can't believe that you've only had possession for 8 months and that's how much you've accomplished. So kudos to you. I think that that's amazing. And I find it a little bit, I'm not sure what the words I'm looking for are, that the complainant, after only 5 months of possession, is looking for more. And a lot of it they can't see. So maybe that's part of the issue, their issue, I'm not sure. But yeah, just good for you. Wow.
So give us some help with the, unless somebody's got a motion already, because like I said, the intent is to carry on with the cleanup, but not have a heavy-handed and, approach. You understand what I'm trying to get at?
I do. It is council's authority as to what you would like to do. If some suggestions, it does sound like the option to keep the order as written has been set aside. That is not of interest of council. And also canceling the order is not of interest of council. So that leaves us 2 options, to vary it or to substitute it. And if you're going to ask me the difference, I apologize. I cannot provide that answer of what the difference between varying and substituting would look like. But council could either provide a different alternative. So up on the screen there, you will see what the order required. So repair and remove all structures that are not in good repair as defined in the community standards bylaw. That definition was provided both as the attached bylaw as well as within the order. And then remove all refuse, debris, specifically identified in the photos, including but not limited to tires, metal items, pallets and piles of woods, broken white plastic container or drum, derelict vehicles and equipment pieces, and all other debris, refuse, and garbage. That is what we have requested to ask. That is what would, if this were to ever go to court, be upheld by the court. So whatever is in the order is what the court looks at. So council could go a couple of different ways. They could just say the items in the order need to be remedied by insert date here. Council could opt for that it needs to be remedied by a certain date, but updates need to be provided of progress made monthly, every other month, whatnot, to show that there is progress going on. I would like to just provide an air of caution that once council makes a decision on this, the only appeal is to the Court of Appeals. Council's decision is final. And if the deadline was not met, we would be looking to go to the courts because an order has already been issued and reviewed by council. So when considering the dates that you're going to put forward, especially if you want to have that balance between leniency and getting it cleaned up, just consider maybe ensuring that there's that buffer, because administration's hands as well as council's hands will be tied once the decision is made.
Well, but what if our decision is a little wishy-washy? In other words, let's say we say going to October 25th, subject to a review, which could extend it then, instead of it being locked solid on, let's say, October 25th. So in other words, so that we get an update on October 25th to, you see what I'm trying to get at there?
Yeah, I was just confirming with our Chief Administrative Officer. Yes, so whatever council determines, so then you would need to ensure, or I would request that the motion is still very clear, even if you're providing flexibility within it, that the motion would be, that they had until, I don't know, May 15th, 2026, pending council review at this date or time, whether it's council's review, whether it's the CAO's review, who are you giving the authority to review and check that? So just those details need to be in place.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say May, I'd say, October. And then we almost do like what we're doing here right now. We get another presentation. We're hoping that you can carry on the enthusiasms that you two seem to show. And then we look at it again in October, because there's been movement, right? There's not like they're trying to beat the system or anything.
Correct. I would just request that council maybe check timelines and whatnot with the applicant as well, of what they feel. So if they feel October and a review period would be fair, since it is their property.
Would October be enough time to give you a good chance?
We're hoping to be married there before that.
Right, well.
Yeah, so we plan to get married there before that, but around that time is kind of what we were hoping for, because it will take some time to source a tarp for the Quonset, and the only thing it needs is a tarp. And some of the buildings are in such good shape that some of the plywood needs to be replaced, and there's some shingles that need to be replaced, and I would rather be able to, reuse them and move them rather than what they are. And, if I can have some time to go talk to these neighbors and, maybe stop these complaints before, find the source of the unhappiness. We've very much tried to walk through the neighbors. You got fields, because it's all hayfield all around us. So
pulling all the garbage
the first
out.
thing we did was went through the hayfields to pull all the garbage out. And let me tell you that I've never seen so much garbage in a hayfield. So I understand why the guy was upset. It's not fair that he had to live that long with that much garbage blowing into his hay, as he's a farmer. He's trying to make money off that land. So there's no real work other than taking down buildings now and removal of the tires.
And burning the piles.
And leveling the piles back out. But as we got our prayer that we'd get some snow here and we could get our fire permit reinstated, because it was pulled with the fire ban, or it wasn't a ban. It was dry conditions anyway. And
the fire's that big at least.
yeah, for that many, 7. They were okay with 2, but then as soon as it moved to 7 giant piles, they were like, okay, well, maybe not.
But I know you guys are limited on time.
Yes,
so yes, October 2026, I think would be great. That would be a huge relief to us to be granted a little more time and not just be constant.
Yeah, we don't want to overwhelm you with having too much pressure, but if you can carry on the momentum, that'll probably clean up an awful lot.
Yeah.
So Shane, quick, and then Glenn, I think, was chomping at the bit to make a motion, was he?
I will just say I'd prefer to just cancel this, because you guys are doing the work, but I understand that going forward with October, that would be fine as well. So I think it's good. You guys are doing good work.
Good as canceled anyway.
Yeah.
Because you've done a lot, but it's still a mess.
Yeah, still a lot to do.
Glenn?
I think vary would be better for me. I'd like to see like a 3-year to like the next December 2nd, 2028 is what I'm thinking, right? Because it took a lifetime to build that pile. It's not going to get done that quickly. So you're pretty well clear. If we did if we varied this order and extended it to 3 years from now to 2028, that if it does, it's now out of council's hand, there would be no more. This would be, but you could still go to take this to the King's Court, and you'd probably be able to get an extension that way as well. But I'd like to go with the vary the order.
Well, you're not varying the order, you're just the timeline is all you're looking at. So by the end of October 31st, At 2025, you're saying December 2nd, 2028. So it's not, you're not really varying the order, the stuff that's in detail, just the.
Oh,
when you wanna
vary
look
the
at
order
this.
with modifications is what I'd be doing. So
What are the what are
modification by the end of December 2nd, 2028.
What are you asking for modifications?
The date,
Oh, just the date.
the date. Give them 3 years. We'll still all be in council, right? And, yeah.
What's that? Yes.
So
Go ahead, make the motion.
I move to vary with modifications, vary the order on number 24C-010 with modifications of by the end of December 2nd, 2028.
Okay. All right, so instead of us imposing you guys to do something quick, we're giving you more latitude, but that doesn't mean slow down.
No, we have no intention to slow down. I want it cleaned up. I want my kids to be able to run around the yard and not have to worry about anything. We're highly motivated to get this ready and be able to have family there when we get married and yeah.
Okay, any other discussion? I hope you guys are lenient like this on my place. All those in favor? Kara, how do you vote? No, I just thought I'd check. All right, so have a runaway.
Thank you.
I mean, no, I mean,
You're always welcome out there. You know where we live. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
I really
for your
appreciate
time.
that, guys. Thank you so much.
all right, we still had a few things to do here, folks. We had, okay, ratification of the dome tour. Somebody want to make these motions rapidly? I gotta get some blood tests done, so. Well, ratification of the dorm tour, anybody? Go ahead, Shane.
I move that we ratify the attendance of council at the Dome Tour with MLA Bachenko on November 12th, 2025.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Ratification of attendance at the Lodgepole Hall, who went to that? Just you? Oh, the two of you, okay, good. Yeah, go ahead, Carol.
You can do that since you get
Sure.
that. I move to ratify the attendance of Councillor Shane Belowski and Councillor Carol. Don't I not vote, sorry. Their attendance at the Lodgepole Hall Volunteer Evening, November 21st, 2025.
Discussion, all those in favor? Aria?
I move to ratify the attendance of myself and Councillor Volk at the All Our Daughters event, November 25th, 2025.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Emerging trends in municipal law, that's coming up on February 12th, usually on things like this, you make a motion to authorize all councillors that wish to attend. Go ahead, Shane.
I move, sorry, I had a brain fart there, to ratify attendance of all council, authorize attendance of all council to the Emerging Trends in Municipal Law in Edmonton on February 12th, 2026.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Joint council meetings with the town of Drayton Valley. They don't have a date picked, but you have a date picked?
Reeve, if I may, the town is requesting either January 6th or January 8th in the evening.
January 8th will probably work. Somebody want to make that in the form of a motion? January 8th. No, it doesn't. I'm just coming back on the 6th. Okay. Make a motion? so slow.
I'll do it. I move to authorize council's attendance to the joint council meeting with the town of Drayton Valley, January the 8th in the evening, 2026.
Location, we don't know, here or there?
My place.
Your house? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. RMA Risk Pro, Gray Resort, Calgary, Gray Eagle Resort, Casino. Casino! A motion to authorize all those that wish to attend? Glenn?
I move to authorize council's attendance to the RMA Risk Pro 2026, April 28th to the 30th,
Discussion?
and at the Great Eagle Resort, Calgary.
All those in favor? That's right on the west side of, the very west side of Calgary. All right, not that I've been there before. January 20th, regular council meeting. It says it conflicts. When is the ASB convention? Huh? Pardon me? Oh, I missed G? Oh, okay, sorry. Thanks, Carol. Rural Wealth Creation Housing Meeting, December 4th. That's tomorrow. Great.
So this was just a meeting for me to go to, so I was invited to go. If somebody would authorize my attendance.
That's this year? Aren't I on that committee? Yes. Yeah. No? You and I went to that once before, didn't we? Yeah. It's not anybody's committee.
No, it's not. So this is special meeting.
What are we doing tomorrow?
It's on the 4th.
That's Thursday.
And just, I think it's, let me look at it here. So this is at the Drayton Valley Town Boardroom, so it's limited seating. So that's, and I was invited by Geraldine Cahill.
What time?
11:30 till 1 o'clock.
I may be able to attend that as well.
You weren't invited.
Where's the letter on it?
Well, I got sent the email, and I just asked this to be attached to
Yeah,
the
so you
meeting
weren't really
dates.
invited, you invited yourself.
No, I didn't. They sent me an email. Would you like to go? And I said, well, sure, but I'll have to ask council's approval to go. So
Yeah, no, I think I should be a part of that rural wealth. Quite seriously. I
do you
don't
want to
attend
go in
very
my
many
place?
things.
If you want to go in my place, then I'd be fine with that.
I don't have a problem with two of us being
Have
there.
you got, if you're available?
Yes.
I move to authorize the Reeves attendance to the Rural Wealth Creation Housing Meeting, December 4th, 2025, at 11:30 a.m.
Okay. Or designate.
No, it's just you. Make sure you can go. If you miss it, it's going to be heartbreaking.
Okay, discussion, all those in favor? Oh, a little slow. Those opposed? Dallas, you have been in a bad mood today. Okay, January 20th, ASP convention, when is that, Shane?
20th, starts on the 20th.
It's on the 20th?
Yeah. So we need to just move it back a day, so I would move that we, sorry, I'm not going to move that yet. Yeah, so we just wanted to have it back a day so that we could all attend the ASB.
And where is it at?
Edmonton again, the
Where?
ASB. ASB is going to be in Edmonton again, same place. South side.
I think there's a policy that allows the Reeve to attend that as well.
All council came last year.
Oh, all
to the
council
ASB.
came last year? Okay.
Well, they came for the first day of the ASB.
Okay.
We're just moving.
But right now, we're just moving the date.
Okay.
So I would move that we move the regular council meeting of January 20th, 2026 to January 19th, 2026.
Discussion? All those in favor? Ari, you look shocked. Oh.
Point of order. Yes.
Point of order, good one. All right, staff is getting upset with us. They don't think we're funny anymore. Closed session, no reports, adjourn. Go ahead there, Frankie.
I'll move that the Brazeau County Council meeting December 2nd adjourn.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried. And have yourself a merry, merry Christmas.